but we'll get restarted. We today should be hearing the rest of the evidence and examination of Mr. Taverner, his evidence, and then Mr. Mappin, which would, I think, be the last witness for the appellants.
In this session, that's so, sir. Yes, thank you.
Yes. So we will now continue with the visual presentation that we were promised yesterday. Can everybody see the screen?
Well, clearly we cannot hear, so what I intend when you start, I will simply go and stand somewhere over there so I can watch it, and I will leave Professor Taverner to control what we see.
Okay. You're happy with that arrangement? I know it's difficult.
I'm delighted that we're seeing it at all, sir. The fact I have to move across the room is neither here nor there.
All right, thank you. And is everybody else okay? Good. Right. Well, I'll leave it with you then.
Professor, good morning to you. I wonder if everybody could turn to your main proof of evidence, which is Appellants 45, and at the back of that we see Appendix RT2, because it may be that you're going to refer to some of the text in that when we go through the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you've heard that I intend to go across the room so I can actually see it, so I'm just going to leave this to you, Professor.
Thank you. I won't be showing the animation immediately, so if I give the introduction first to it. But anyway, yes, as you like. Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to start with this page because the introduction is important to understanding what the animation is trying to achieve. As the first paragraph states, sorry, is everyone hearing me properly? Is that all good? Yeah. As the first paragraph states, the animations are available publicly via those addresses, username, passwords, on that page. What the introduction then goes on to do is to describe what the following pages show in terms of comparison of the two schemes side by side, here in a series of fixed images. So if I just read the paragraph beginning, the two sets. The two sets of animations for each appeal scheme on Hayes-Davidson's website illustrate the kinetic experience when moving towards Hamilton's Royal High School along the two main approaches to the site. However, the first sequence commences with an image of the famous Hamilton Roberts 1850s painting of the Royal High School. Now, I appreciate that the authorship of that painting is in dispute, and it's not something I particularly want to enter into. For my design evidence, I'm happy, if you are, just to continue calling it the Hamilton Roberts painting, as that's how the Royal High School Preservation Trust also refer to it in their documents. As I've stated at paragraph 2.6 of my inquiry report, that's on page 11, this painting has an idealised viewpoint, and this view location was presumably selected so that Hamilton's Burns Monument and the Royal High School could be presented together and in juxtaposition to the Old Town in the distant left of the composition. I also note that the Burns Monument conceals the highly articulated towers of Carlton Jail, again to be less controversial in terms of exactly what we're looking at. It's clearly the walls and parts of the buildings of Carlton Jail beyond, and allows the Nelson Monument to be viewed seated on the bare, exposed rock of Carlton Hill, rather than partially protruding through the Royal High School. The first animation moves out from this painting, revealing the true perspective of the aerial view before moving to the pavement, where the Royal High School is truly experienced. And the animations that run along the pavements are all at 1.65 metres eye height, so that they are a realistic experience of that animation. However, I want to stress, and hence it's in bold, that the CGIs produced for the EIA and assessed independently by Mr. Van Grieken are intended to be illustrative of the likely final effects. The animations are supplementary to that information and not in not intended in any way to replace them. Indeed, because of the limitations of the software used for the animations, the colour renderings of the appeal site are stylised and not designed to be a true representation of the likely final effect. Instead, the colours and textures have been designed for easy reading when viewed in motion, and I think particularly so in bright sunlight, and to enable the contrasting relationship of landscape, existing and proposed buildings to be appreciated kinetically. I should also make it clear that the same 3D model of the Royal High School has been used for all 4 sequences, and therefore they don't show, the first one doesn't show the service entrance, which would be visible initially, and I'll point that out in the animation. But as I say, the point is to look at the CGIs for the accurate proposed changes. The purpose of the animations is to get the sense of movement, how the various elements of Hamilton's building reads and its various parts read in a picturesque manner along the road. Beyond the appeal site, existing buildings and landscape have been left without colour so as not to distract from the changing positional and spatial effects that the animations are intended to convey regarding the site. As indicated below, 3 views from each sequence, and I should say for Scheme 2, approximate to or may helpfully be compared with views assessed for the EIAs for both schemes to understand the likely effects of the materiality, light and shade. So, again, just as a matter of orientation, in terms of turning over the page, there are 4 sets of, or 4 pairs of views of each of the 2 schemes, Scheme A, Scheme B, which obviously relates to Scheme 1 and Scheme 2, and then one final one over the page, Viewpoint 5. Now, I can go to each of those views at any time through cross-examination, if that would be helpful, as I've written down the number of seconds in, which approximates to these fixed views. But what I was going to propose that I showed here was the animation itself as a flowing sequence. And that flowing sequence, after the initial painting, and which shows the how different, if you like, the true perspective is, how the sequence works on landing on the pavement, which is at pause point 2, and it's at that point one is moving along the pavement at 1.65 metres eye height. Looking ahead, the idea being that, unlike the EIA photography, that one has a sense of where one's going and a peripheral effect, both of the Royal High School and what's behind it. And in this particular sequence, only the proposed schemes are shown, not the existing backdrop, because there's very little existing backdrop apart from St Andrew's House beyond the Royal High School. And also how the Old Town reads on the distant left of the view, again, as I say, in white, so as that the eye, because we're moving quite fast through the sequence, can focus on the pattern of relationships. And then the sequence ends at pause point 5, where the camera then rotates beyond pause point 5 towards Waterloo Place, and there is a glimpse of the St James Centre, which I'll show at the end of that sequence as being built at the moment. And I'll then just, after running through those, I'll just give a very quick summary of what I believe has been demonstrated. So if I go to the painting first, which everyone, I guess, is familiar with at the moment. Yes, yes, of course.
Well, just pause to let everyone find a good viewing point.
What's evident from the painting is that the Burns Monument is very much at the focus, to the left of centre. The East Pavilion of the Royal High School on the right-hand side has been brought much further forward into the view than it is in reality, as we'll see when we go into the model, and it gives the temple form of the high school much more prominence then, which more or less balances the Burns Monument within the composition to the left and right. And as I mentioned, you can see the Nelson Monument then rising up in the landscape, and the monument, partial form of the monument on the far top right, which is illuminated in white along with the high school and the Burns Monument and the rocky landscape in the foreground, whereas the old town is dark, as are the walls of Carlton Jail behind the Burns Monument and West Pavilion, rising up to the summit of Carlton Hill. So if I run through, this is the animation. So that's the comparison with what was the painting itself. And I can go back to any of these if it would help in a moment. But this is clearly an artificial view, pulling right out, and it's just really to relate it to that painted view. And then at this point, the view lands, and then one gets the balance on the left-hand side of the old town, and then the right-hand side, the temple form, and part of the observatory visible up on the hill beyond. Behind the West Pavilion and west wing of the high school, Scheme 1 is visible, stepping up beyond it, concealing part of St Andrew's House beyond in that particular view. So I'll just move on. I'm just stopping at sort of random points for this version just to give a sense of what's in the image. So there one can clearly see St Andrew's House emerging. So this was the point that was, I don't know if you can see the arrow, which of the St Andrew's House that was visible in the earlier view, and we're approaching Jacob's Ladder towards the top corner. And then the final moment, in a sense, is here, where the camera then just rotates to the end to look along towards Waterloo Place, and maybe you can see just beyond the base of Appeal Scheme 1, the top, the curly top of the St James's Centre emerging in the distance there. And then the camera just swivels around, taking in the Nelson Monument as well. So if I just then do the same with the second scheme, and both schemes show the route that's being taken in plan along the pavement into the painting again. And then the matching image using the Burns Monument as the focal point, pulling out, moving from an unreal aerial position down to the pavement. And at that point, which is similar to the last one, St Andrew's House only is visible beyond the West Pavilion and West Wing, but then emerges as one moves along the pavement, rising up towards Jacob's Ladder and St Andrew's House. And here the landscaping has been introduced according to the proposals, although the building itself is set further back in that particular view. So I'll go on to the second sequence in a moment, but just to summarise those two sequences, I conclude that the picturesque experience is maintained with both schemes. that the pavilion's wings temple clearly change relationships with one another when moving along the pavement in a picturesque manner. And the backdrop changes. Elements of the two schemes come in and out of view, adding variety to that backdrop, variety being a key notion in the picturesque. The more constant element is the landscape on the left-hand side of the view, because of its distance, be it the Old Town, or if one's eye moved right round to the left, obviously Salisbury Crags and so on. The topographical, organic character of the schemes provides a clear backdrop to the Royal High School, and Hamilton's building remains dominant in the view. So if I now just go then to the next sequence, which runs, as one can see here, from Waterloo Place in front of the St Andrew's House, then crosses the road and swivels around to look along Carton Hill Drive and along the north elevation of the appeal schemes. So these views relate to the CGIs as indicated by pause point 2 to view 4C. The first pause point is just really to provide an interval in that journey. So this is showing appeal scheme 1 and its relationship with St Andrew's House and the existing brought back in and moving to the proposed. And then how that view is framed by the west end of the appeal scheme in a very powerful way, with St Andrew's House on the right-hand side, and then crossing the road and the view point swivelling, still can see the landscape on the right. The west end of the building becomes then the centre point of that view, and in a sense separates the landscape beyond on the right with Carton Hill Drive and the view of the temple form of Hamilton's building and part of the east wing beyond. And then that's then that image showing that. And then the second sequence is then of appeal scheme 2, which has a reduced scale at its western end, and I can just move it along a bit quicker. So here again, the pylon of St Andrew's House, these white elements on the right, cover the scheme partially in both sequences at the commencement of the journey. The scale is clearly lower of the west wing in scheme 2, but still the view is framed beyond effectively, and in a sense the west wing is more deferential to that view by stepping away from its lower stories to the east, and again then crossing the road. Again, balancing the view on the right-hand side, which remains framed, looking towards the west element of the east element beyond the temple. So, in conclusion to those sequences, I say, and I hope the static images help with this, that there are clear differences in scale between the two schemes. Both are, I believe, effective in urban and landscape terms at this threshold between country and city. Thank you.
Fine, Professor, thank you very much, and thank you very much, sir, for allowing us to show that. Thank you.
Is that all you have, Mr. Steele? You're passing the words over.
Indeed it is, sir.
Thompson, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Professor Taverner.
Good morning, sir.
While we're still all thinking about the animation, I wonder if I could just ask you one or two layman's questions about it. First of all, am I right in understanding that to make an animation like that, you have to start with models, first of the existing buildings and then of the proposed insertion buildings?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, a very amateurish question, but how do you ensure the accuracy of the, first of all, the modelling of the existing buildings?
The same firm, Hayes Davidson, who produced the stills as part of the presentation images for the appellants, produced the animation, and they used exactly the same model that they used for the existing Royal High School and proposed wings for the animation.
Do you need the original architect's drawings for St Andrew's House, or can you do it by photography and measurement? Or how
They
do you do
have, this is where my expertise goes down, but they have I think it's called Z mapping, which is an accurate profiling of buildings and topography in the locality, which I believe is accurate within quite a fine tolerance these days. So that it was produced from that, and then I think the articulation of St Andrew's House, which is only used in a general way here anyway, is taken from photography.
And then the proposed new buildings, are their models designed from architectural or engineering drawings?
They are modelled. They are using the architect's model, 3D model, which was used for all the CGIs and so on. So they are accurate in relation to the Royal High School and the topography in exactly the same way that the CGIs are. However, they are just rendered differently because of the speed of movement through the imagery.
I understand that the architects made a model. Do we know whether that model was derived from architectural drawings or if engineering ones were used by the architects?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Can I assume we're talking about a digital model here, not a physical model?
That's correct. That's correct. It's a computer model, a 3D model.
And apart from when we're out in space, as it were, when we land, is the idea that we're looking at it from the eyesight of someone walking along?
Yes, that's correct. They have survey points along the pavement relating to the CGIs in the EIA and Mr. Van Grieken's documents. So they have confirmed that they are accurate in that respect.
But the idea is that it would be a pedestrian view of someone walking along Waterloo Place.
Yes.
Just one particular point I'm curious about, and I think we see it at page 4 of RT2. There, the pause point 4, and we see in the middle and to the right two pictures of Scheme A and Scheme B. What I was curious about were the little vertical lines apparently going up from the roof. I just wondered if you could explain to me what they are. If you look at Scheme A from pause point 3 and pause point 4, the top story of the new building in each case seems to have what look like upstanding girders or something of that nature on the very top on the roof.
Sorry, they don't on my prints. What I can see on mine at pause point 3, Scheme A, are the stepping forms of the building behind the west pavilion and wing, and there is the smallest step is similar height apparently to the west wing, but that's all I've got. And on the other one, Scheme B, actually there is a slither of Scheme B visible just to the left of the west wing, but I haven't got any upstanding elements.
On the images that I'm looking at, it looks almost like a crown with little uprights round the western perimeter of the top floor.
In Scheme A or in both?
Both, but more pronounced in Scheme A.
I wonder if we're talking at cross purposes. We can see those features on our images too. So it's POS point 4 particularly on page 4 of RT2.
What I'm looking at, I should explain, is the proposed new building, the western edge of the west wing.
I think the Professor was answering, I didn't like to interrupt, but it was answering in relation to POS point 3, and it may be that the question, in fact, was about POS point 4, although that doesn't explain the discrepancy, but it may assist.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, that was my error. With POS point 4, what is visible is the uppermost story. The uppermost story, because of the way that it's made up of a series of these rings which are stepping forward. In the Scheme A view, you are just seeing the top elements of the pre-patinated copper verticals, and it may be that the glass isn't reading very clearly in your image, but there is glass running between them. But on Scheme B, there is nothing in my images beyond the horizontal line that runs along the top of the building.
Right. Well, I'm seeing them in Scheme A, both point 3 and point 4. And I'm seeing the same again, but to a lesser extent, on Scheme B, again for both POS point 3 and 4. Now, if what we're seeing is looking through glass between solid upright members, is there a roof above it? Or from previous pictures that I'd seen, I thought there was some sort of grassing on the roof. Is this an edge around it, or how does it work?
We're looking from below up towards the building. So, so that if I show you there, sir, I don't know if you can see that on the screen. But if I just, I'll try and hold it there. You can. Is that visible to you? You can see the upper. There's a glass element there as well. The lower floors, you can see the grass. Well, I can see the grass on my screen running along the horizontals, but I believe that the glass runs proud of the top story in that particular at the very top of the building, which is why you're not seeing any grass there. So in a sense, there's like a parapet with the grass beyond it.
Sir, I wonder if I can assist here, if the learner friend is happy with that. I think the difficulty may relate to the quality of the copying that we have. The Professor presumably has the original, but if one actually looks at the original document on the laptop, which has just been shown to me, the answer to the question is really quite clear. I don't want to give the answer, but unless you want me to, of course. But then I'll be accused of leading. But
heaven forbid.
Well, you know, I would never do that. But the answer actually is there quite clearly, and that might save a bit of time.
I think it might help me, and certainly might help others, if we could look at the elevation or a drawing showing that particular.
I wonder if we could also perhaps just run the animation again from the other, the corresponding one, that the stills from which show it.
From the other end?
Yes, from the Waterloo Place end. Just to see if we see it again then.
Can we do that, Mr.
Yes, I'm doing that now, sir. so this is...
Did we just stop there?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Steele, you probably can't see from there, but we've run the animation from Professor Taverner has run the animation from the other direction, from Waterloo Place, and we can see more clearly on that.
I cannot see that at all, sir, but the easy answer to the issue is CD 30, viewpoint 4A. And I think so that quite clearly shows the situation. I hope.
Yes.
Yes, that's my understanding. I think because of the degree to which these images can be rendered, I think it takes something like the fineness of the glazing isn't coming through in the animation, but that's why I was keen to stress the need to look at the CGIs.
So, my right in understanding, it's a parapet with uprights and glass between the uprights.
That's my understanding. That's my understanding, sir.
Thank you. Do you happen to know, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if you don't, how high the parapet is?
But again, we can look at a drawing if that would help.
Yeah. I don't think I need to trouble you with that right now. We can look at that. In that case, could we leave the animations aside, and could I ask you to look at paragraph 1.12 of your recognition? This is where you pick up on the reasons for refusal and the relevant policy details. Would you agree that it's very much a matter of professional opinion whether you consider that these particular policy requirements are met or are not met? You think they are, others clearly think that they're not.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Turning to paragraph 1.21 and your view about the ability just to take the two wings away at a later date, if they're no longer thought to be necessary or appropriate. Once the two wings are constructed, they will, of course, themselves be listed by virtue of their attachment to the main building. So there will be a need for listed building consent to take them away again.
Yes, that's true.
And then we have to consider the physicality of doing it, quite apart from the demolition of the wings themselves. There would then be the question of restoration of parts of the principal building.
Yes, where the wings attach themselves to the Hamilton building.
So on Scheme 2, that would be the entrances from the north facade of the linking tubes or corridors. Is that right?
That's correct.
So there'd be two entrances on the north facade that would have to be blocked up again.
Yes.
Thinking about Scheme 1, it would be the two openings on the east and west facades.
Yes.
And the vehicular access just to the east of the East Pavilion. that would have to be, or would that be reduced again to its present single door?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, scheme 1. Yes, I'm so sorry. I've gone around the other side.
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be reduced again. The new pedestrian doorway would be blocked up again.
That's correct.
And thinking about the entrance from the proposed lay-by at the Regent Road entrance up to the pavilion and the portico, we know that there's going to be an excavation there to create a new corridor with a lift at the back. Would that be blocked up again?
Well, clearly it depends what use the building is going to be. The historic Hamilton building, the use it's going to be put to at that point. But I think the point I'm making is that it is relatively light touch as a proposal, in my opinion, compared to other alternatives that I've seen.
And just for convenience, if we look at page 41 of your report, please. This conveniently has a copy of CD 097, which I think is the demolition drawing for the lower ground floor, and shows the fairly extensive areas of excavation that would take place. What would happen to that? Would that be reinstated, or would it be left as is?
Well, as I mentioned before, so it depends on what use the building is going to be put to at that point.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Taverner. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Mackay.
Good morning, Professor Taverner. Professor Taverner, can you remove the extension wing from that image that you have before you at the moment, please? Just leave the image, but just take away the building. No, just from where you are, thank you.
I can't. I have to go to a point where it just disappears. That's the first disappearance. Is that all right?
So it's not possible to use the model in such a way to freeze at a particular point and remove the built structures?
Only in the way that it's been set up in the sequence 2 comparison. So I can take away the building at point 1, point 2, point 3, or point 4 in Appendix RT2. Right.
Imagining this journey approaching from the west, then, if we look to the sequence between where we are at the moment and where we were a moment ago, appreciating that you have a professional opinion about the benefit of framing the view between the two built structures, if I can ask you just to leave that to one side for the moment. Do we see at the moment that there's an almost perfect balance between the landscape context on the western side, i.e. the left-hand side of the screen, and the built environment on the right-hand side of the screen?
Sorry, to be fair to you, you probably can't see it clearly from there. There's actually the pylon of St Andrew's House right in the middle of the landscape view. But if I go back to...
Can we skip past the pylons then, back to the point where we were at a moment ago? I think stop it just here. Maybe just on a little bit, actually. Right, stop here, thank you. So if you were to draw a line effectively down the middle of the screen and imagine that the western extension wasn't there, in those circumstances, do we have, as I suggested to you a moment ago, an almost perfect balance between landscape features on the left-hand side of the screen
and built structures on the right-hand side of the screen?
What you have is that, yes, you have landscape on the left, the Grade A listed St Andrew's House on the right, and then an open view beyond of the distant landscape. Whether it's a perfect view
Yes.
whether,
But,
yeah.
And again, in a similar vein, imagining the Western Wing wasn't there, is it fair to accept that the contours of Carlton Hill on the left-hand side of the screen and St Andrews House on the right-hand side of the screen mirror each other broadly, with effectively a U between the two?
Yes.
One other matter, can you have before you CD 603? Mr. Gibb thought you might be able to confirm if these visualisations at CD 603 to CD 607 were prepared by Hayes Davidson. Do you know if you can confirm that? Were they instructed by the appellants or by your consultancy? Can you confirm where they were taken from? It looks as though they may have been taken from a point on Radical Road. And do you know whether, in preparing the visualisations, Hayes Davidson were trying to do the same thing as Mr Van Grieken, i.e. give a fair representation of the buildings as constructed in the light conditions which form part of the baseline photographs for those visualisations?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you, Professor Taverner. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr Mackay. Ms Coburn.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, Professor Taverner. If you look at your precognition at paragraph 1.2, we find that you were appointed formally in January 2018. But of course, this was 2 months after Scheme 2 was appealed, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, the application for Scheme 1 was lodged on the 3rd of September 2015. So it's fair to say that your involvement did not include giving advice in terms of the design of either Scheme 1 or Scheme 2.
That's correct. I'm providing independent review of the schemes.
So your role here is limited in terms of timescale from January of this year, 8 months, 9 months ago, to a review of the work undertaken by others.
That's correct.
I'm a little puzzled when I talk about framing, because the practical effect of framing, is it not, is to remove something. If you put a frame there, what was there originally can no longer be seen.
A frame is also, particularly in picturesque terms, to enhance a view, to give it an environment through which to appreciate it.
If one was looking at it purely in the form of a picturesque from the static picture perspective, not necessarily one from the more, I hesitate to use the phrase, Starkian interpretation of the picturesque.
I think that framing works with Stark's view of the world as well. I mean, he's the way he talks about movement and landscape are key to appreciating this environment, of course. And as was just discussed, this view, which happens to be on the screen at the moment, is already framed to effect by a large building on the right and a landscape on the left. What the insertion of an additional building is to, in this instance, narrow down that frame to create a building frame on either side, rather than, if you like, an imbalance of landscape and building. So building framing landscape with building. And as one moves around the bend, for that to keep changing, to be revealed, and I think that's very much in Stark's and the picturesque tradition.
Can we agree, Professor Taverner, that the Scheme 1 parapet is some 15.675 metres higher than the ridge of the lodge?
I can't confirm that without looking at a drawing, but I have no reason to dispute it.
If you have a look at your topic paper, please, at paragraph 2.20. And in the section of that paragraph that is underneath the list of viewpoints, you say, and perhaps less so west-east from the new town. In light of your evidence in chief yesterday about Hamilton's intentions for the Burns Monument, would it not be more accurate to say that the western approach is just as important as the one from the east?
The point I'm making, Mum, is in relation to, as I had hoped to express through the animations, that when going along the southern elevation of the Royal High School, there are many moments of enjoyment because of the way that Hamilton arranged the pavilions, wings and temple. So there's always a changing...
Forgive me, Professor Taverner,
Sorry.
we will make more progress if you answer the question that I've put to you. I was asking if you would like to revisit what you have said in your topic paper in light yesterday of your evidence in chief, particularly that Hamilton's intention had been to site the Burns Monument on Miller's Knowe. I'm not talking about approaching from a particular direction and looking at the south elevation. I'm asking particularly about Hamilton's intention, which was thwarted, if you like, to site the Burns Monument upon Miller's Knowe.
Yes, apologies for my misunderstanding. Yes, having a monument on Miller's Knowe would have drawn the eye in movement from the west. From the east. No, I've got it right. From the west moving east, as seen here. It would have become a focus of that view. That's correct.
At your topic paper at paragraph 4.11, you talk there about the setting of the former Royal High School, which will, you say, of course, be changed by Appeal Scheme 1. Much as Morales Scottish Parliament building has changed the foreground setting of the Canongate and Holyrood. Is that to imply, in your view, an equivalence between Hoskins and Morales?
What I'm suggesting is that good architecture will have a positive effect on existing environments, and I believe, yes, that Hoskins architects are architects of a standing that could be compared with Morales.
So you're accepting in your answer, therefore, that the two projects are not really comparable, are they?
Well, clearly every site has its own merits and characteristics, and certainly the bottom of the Old Town is very different from this part of Carlton Hill. That's not really the point I'm making, though.
In your topic paper at paragraph 5.5, in the first sentence, you say that Morales' design was highly controversial in Scotland, though applauded internationally. Are you saying there that the interested parties in Scotland were less appreciative of the sophisticated proposal of Morales than those who were abroad?
I'm not, no. The difference being that in Scotland, public opinion is clearly more vocal than it would be outside of Scotland. So that was where the commentary outside of Scotland was largely by experts who thought that the building was of a high quality.
Are you aware, Professor Taverner, that Mr Lowry, who is one of the witnesses for the AHSS, amongst others, was involved in the architectural research for the then proposed Scottish Parliament?
I wasn't, but I'm not surprised.
Can we agree that in planning terms, Professor Taverner, each case must be considered by the reporters and by ministers in making their decision on its merits?
Yes, as I just suggested.
Yep. And that examples of what has been done elsewhere is simply an example of what another decision maker has considered to be acceptable in another place and in another context.
Yes, but the point I'm making throughout my topic paper is that bold, brave architecture by talented architects can have a great and positive effect on existing urban situations, and that therefore the comparisons I'm making are those much as Professor Murray was providing in his appendix, a range of schemes where he believed that positive changes had come about through positive schemes.
But of course, Professor Taverner, you wouldn't disagree with the point that the acceptability or otherwise of a proposal must be informed by the receiving landscape, for example.
Absolutely. The best designs are always site-specific.
Indeed. Looking at the two case studies that you provided in Blavatnik School of Government in Oxford, it's a 10-acre former hospital, isn't it, that site?
Yes, that's correct.
That former hospital has been mostly demolished, hasn't it?
Yes, it was an empty site.
It's quite a high density, the buildings that surround it, isn't it?
It's a very different situation to that of the Royal High School. It's an urban one, yes, and it's in a conservation...
And it's not on a prominent hill, is it?
Hill.
And then if we look at the Bloomberg HQ in London, which is the other case study you presented, that's in Queen Victoria Street in London, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's not in a conservation area, is it? Those advising me say that the designations frame the building itself so that it is excluded.
Sorry. The existing building on the site was a post-war building of no particular merit. What I was thinking was that there was the Temple of Mithras, there was an ancient historic monument on the pavement which was located there, which made me think that it was in a conservation area, but I...
And again, it's quite a dense urban environment there, isn't it?
Yes, it's very dense.
And in terms of being able to see the building from, the surrounding area, they're quite tall buildings around about. They're quite existing tall buildings.
Along Victoria Street, this will be one of the larger buildings. But the point I was actually making with this example was more to do with the use of materials rather than the scale. So it was the use of the bronze-coloured fins and how that related in appearance.
And it's not on a prominent hill either. And it is, as you've suggested, on the site of a demolished building which was built in 1968 and demolished in 2010.
Yes, as I say, it was a bit of an eyesore.
Turning now on to something that might take a wee while, but it's quite important. In 1912, there was a proposal by Oldreeve for government offices on Carlton Hill. Are you aware of that? And it was a huge, picturesque and castellated proposal.
Yes.
And then in 1913, a competition was proposed by Wedgwood Ben.
I wasn't aware of that.
And during 19 to 14, I think people were focused on something else, and we won't say any more about that until 1919, when the project was revived with a focus on competition.
Okay.
And in 1924, funds were secured for the former prison, essentially.
Yes.
And in 1925, the prison was closed.
Yeah.
And in 1927, the prison was made over to the War Office for Northern Command.
Okay.
And in 1929, again, the government identified a use for the site to include a sheriff court.
Right.
But the architects wanted their competition, but government didn't want a competition, and so that was part of a controversy at the time.
Understood.
And in 1929, the Office of Works scheme came forward, and it's been described to me as being terrible, a series of huge blocks, badly received both politically and architecturally, and trying to build a monopoly of government design along the lines of Stormont.
Yes, I don't know who the architect was for that.
And in 1929 to 1931, there was a financial crash, and so that meant that not much happened, but the lobbying and the correspondence continued.
Okay.
And in 1930, a new Office of Works proposal came forward, and that was very conservative, but again akin to Stormont.
Okay.
And the Lord Provost Committee also in 1930, which wasn't the Planning Committee, but it decided to opt for Scheme 1 because it thought it had more of a chance of being built, but it suggested moving the Sheriff Court to the High Street.
Okay.
And then also in 1930, a young and dynamic academic and architectural historian called John Summerson got one of his students to do a drawing from memory of the sketch of the designs that were on display at the Royal Fine Art Commission. And that drawing was published in the Scotsman, and the government was outraged because they felt that a deeply flawed and misleading visualisation had been put to the public.
Okay.
So at this point, in 1930, there was what's been described to me as outrage all round.
Understood.
And in 1932, the idea of a competition was killed off for good. And in 1933, George Washington Browne of the Royal Fine Arts Commission and the Office of Works produced massing models to try to get an idea of the relationship between the proposed building and with Carlton Hill. And then in 1933, Frank Mears and Caris Wilson provided an alternative scheme on Regent Terrace. In 1933, the King and Queen intervened, and they agreed that an architect in private practice should do the job of finding a building for what is now St Andrew's House. And in December 1933, the selection committee decided on Thomas Tate for St Andrew's House, and in January 1934, they decided that Reginald Fairley should be contracted to do the National Library. So we managed to stagger from 1912 to 1933, 1934 in quite a controversial manner.
Yes.
So bearing in mind that Tate was appointed in December 1933, when did he produce his first designs and detailed report?
Well, I can look at the listing if that would help, but I'd be quicker if you told me.
June 1934?
We won't dispute it.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, and on the 8th of October 1934, Neville Chamberlain, who was the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, gave consent for Tate's proposals to proceed, so 8 or 9 months later. And on the 17th of October, the designs were released to the press. And on the 3rd of November, planning permission was granted, with building warrants issued on the 22nd of November. So within a year, Professor Taverner, of Tate being appointed to provide a design for St Andrew's House, as we now know it, everything came forward to enable him to do that. And ultimately, the building was completed on target in 1939. So really, it was the concerted opposition in the 1920s and 30s was not a factor from Tate's appointment in 1934. So really what I'm saying to you, Professor Taverner, is when you say in your topic paper at paragraph 2.7 that Thomas Tate's but now category A listed building was controversial, I'm assuming you mean to refer not to Thomas Tate's proposal, but to the rigmarole that preceded Thomas Tate.
Partly that, but also in terms of its reception subsequently.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor,
Morning, sir.
I'd like to return briefly to the Blavatnik School of Government. And yesterday, Mr. Steele told you that it was near some Grade 1 and Grade 2 listed buildings, and you agreed with him.
Yes, because I've listed at 711 its relationship with the observatory, which is Grade 1, and the observer's house, which is Grade 1. But it's directly opposite the two-star Redcliffe Main Infirmary.
And that's what I wanted to challenge you on, because the observatory is located on the other side of the Radcliffe Infirmary master planning site, and there are many buildings to be built between it and the Blavatnik building, if I understand the position correctly.
So I understand there is a master plan for the rest of that site, but the point that I was simply making was that it is an area of sensitivity, it's a conservation area, there are listed buildings of varying degrees around it, including those listed in 711.
But it's not a conservation area, is it, Professor?
Sorry. I understood it was the Jericho Conservation Area ran right up adjacent to it. But again, because the site was one for development, it wasn't included in it.
Well, that's the point. I mean, I spent an enjoyable half hour last night reading the design and access statement for the Blavatnik School of Government, and it assures me at the end in an appendix that what it calls the Ratcliffe Observatory Quarter, the master planning area, is not contained in any conservation areas, and as you say now, sits between the Jericho Conservation Area, the Central Conservation Area, and the North Oxford Victorian Suburb Conservation Area. So it's not in a conservation area, is it?
No, that's correct, but it clearly directly affects the setting of the Jericho Conservation Area and the listed buildings opposite and to its...
But that's not what you said a few minutes ago, is it, Professor? And it's not also in a World Heritage Site, is it?
It isn't.
So if we can just recap, the two examples that you have found, I won't go back to the Blomberg building because, as you said, you're only giving it an example for materials. But if we turn to the Blavatnik building, it firstly is not in a conservation area. It's not adjacent to a Grade 1 listed building. I always get them confused. It doesn't involve connecting to a listed building. It's in a master planning area. It's not in a World Heritage Site. Is there any other differences of major scale that I've missed?
No, but if you wouldn't mind looking at the paragraphs which precede what we're now referring to, I do make it clear there that both buildings are located within, at 7.9, within sensitive heritage and urban context, and are unashamedly modern and competent. That was the point of presenting them, that they, no matter whether they are World Heritage Sites or not, they are areas, and I do say there, and its relationship with its heritage context and the Jericho Conservation Area, that it's the boldness of the propositions, the quality of the architects and the architecture, the fact that they were, well, certainly the Blavatnik building was controversial, but so was the Bloomberg, which went through several different iterations. That, as I say, is the point of showing this, not to make a direct comparison to the Royal High School site itself, but to emphasise that quality. This is at 713. I should clarify that I'm not citing this example because I consider that it would be an appropriate design approach that would satisfy the specifics of the appeals site, but because it is a considered response to its specific highly sensitive heritage context in a beautiful city, and so on, with the rest of that graph.
Thank you, Professor. Can we look at CD 653, which is a memorandum you sent to one of the House of Commons select committees, I think the one of Transport, Local Government and the Regions. I'm going to assume that you didn't create the horrific font arrangements that are on the document here with all the weird letters and characters, because I'm sure you care more about typography than whoever produced this version. But can we turn to section 2, which I have read as you discussing trying to define architectural quality in our cities in a broad sense, and I've taken this, and I hope you'll stop me if I've gone too far, as a broad starting point of your approach to urban design in cities. And if I've got that wrong, then please tell me.
No, that's correct.
And so the first paragraph, 2, is you to say most cities comprise an agglomeration of different building types, predominantly residential and commercial. Buildings of the highest quality correspond to those parts of the city in which it's most desirable to live and work. These areas usually relate to opportunities for interaction and exchange, to quality of light, views and airs, and are marked by high land values, which tend to determine a high density of occupancy or exclusivity for that part of the city. Now, I suspect most of us wouldn't disagree with any of that. I would just observe that you're conscious this is a site that hasn't exactly been full of people wanting to use it in the last few years. I think you say that in your report.
Yes, I do.
And then you say, at 202, there are only very few isolated monuments in any city, and they usually bear significant public, state, or religious significance. And such buildings are usually designed by the nation's leading architects. They define a city's status, quality, and aspirations, protecting it nationally and even internationally. Such buildings may be physically detached from surrounding buildings, have an inviting public entrance, that is perhaps related to public open space, and be set apart from adjacent buildings by their appearance and the high quality of their materials and design. Although architectural monuments usually assert their presence on the urban scene, they are not necessarily tall. Now, all I wanted to put to you is that in Edinburgh, we are lucky that in our World Heritage Site, 75% of the buildings in the city are listed to some extent. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
And, of course, one of the reasons we're a World Heritage Site is the high number of authentic buildings which still have their original integrity within the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
And you accept that we can tell from the fact that centre of Edinburgh has been defined as a World Heritage Site, that it is seen to be particularly unusual in the level of authenticity and integrity of those buildings and how they relate to the cultural values behind the designation. No, with that in mind, I'm going to move the microphone further away from me because I keep getting too close. Let's think about outstanding universal value. Now, you appreciate this is assessed at the date of inscription for a World Heritage Site. And in order to understand the World Heritage Site, any professional working in this field should be reading a multiple range of documents which build up the case for designation. And that will inevitably include the advisory body evaluation, the nomination document, and the management plan. And you need to understand all three of them to understand the outstanding universal value.
Yes.
So I wanted to see how far you're going into what's called specified matter 1, because the way I can see your evidence can be read in two ways. It can either be read rather starkly as your professional opinion on specified matter 2, that is architectural design, where you adopt the evidence, particularly of Mr. Wright, in respect to specified matter 1, and give your opinion as an architectural expert on design, and that might be the restricted approach. Or the other way is that you're expressing your own opinion on the heritage, on what, for example, Hamilton was thinking at various points, because of your own research. Now, if it's the latter, we might be here a bit of time. So I want to just see which is the way I should take this, or the reporters should take this, because if you're only doing specified matter 2, we can be quicker, and I don't want to launch into some long cross-examination. Mr. Wright did take 4 days, but I don't think I'll be that long, but still.
No, it was clearly the former, sir. I make it clear in my evidence that that I've read the evidence of Mr. Wright and the other witnesses on the appellant's side, that there's such a vast amount of research that's been done within the shorter period that I've been engaged in this project. There's no way I could do my own original research. And certainly there are aspects of Mr. Wright's research in particular that has sparked my interest, and also Dr. Carter McKee's, which has prompted me to look at things like Miller's Now and so on in more detail. But generally, in terms of your broader question about its relationship to the OUV and so on of the World Heritage Site, I've used the frame provided by others in which to reach my own assessment of the design.
Thank you. I won't ask about frames. I think someone else has already done that. In that case, I think we can work on some common ground here. So you do understand that the Hamilton building is the building that singly most justifies Edinburgh's epithet of the Athens of the North.
So that's stated in the documentation.
The nomination document, indeed, and it was conceived integrally with a national monument on the hill above and behind it, wasn't it?
It was conceived with the monument having already been determined, so yes, it followed that process.
So it is correct to see it as a symbolic propylaea to the Acropolis of the national monument?
Yes, with the emphasis on symbolic, yes.
And occasionally people have thought about using it as an actual access way, but that hasn't happened. And the building is set forward on its site. It's quite a small building, but because it's set forward on a terrace or a mound, it has a monumentality that comes from where it's set, in addition to its size and shape.
Yes, I think that's true to an extent. The forward presence in relation to its site, which in a sense sort of thrusts it towards the expanse of the view opposite, makes a very dramatic relationship, and it's appreciated as one goes around the bend in the road past St Andrew's House.
Yes, and it has that stark element. I won't say Starksian because it's almost as bad as exemplar in my dictionary, but the idea of seeing it gradually revealed, it disappears again, it comes back from the flank and the front. Picturesque idea of a moving view of reveals.
And that's indeed what I had hoped to show in the animations, how the intricacy and balance of that works so very well.
Now, when it was built, when it was being designed, Hamilton, as you said, would have known about the National Monument. He might have anticipated actually being finished at some point, but he knew it was in mind. He knew about the Nelson Monument. He knew about the other monuments that you can't quite see because on the other side. So he was aware of what was coming, is the best way of putting it, on Carlton Hill. And although we might talk in a moment about where he thought the Burns Monument should go, he knew it was going somewhere near there.
Yes.
He also knew that there was going to be, or there was already, and again I don't want to go back into exactly when, some form of prison structure on what is now Waterloo Place.
Yes.
And I think there seemed to be evidence there was a wall around it that was designed to keep the prisoners in.
And I believe that was built first, and then the other structures inserted within it.
So when he built designed his building, he knew there was a big non-Greek Revival building or buildings to his west that he had to take account of and manage the relationship between the two, didn't he? Sorry, to the west. The Greek Revival, the buildings I'm talking about are the prison. The prison's not very Greek Revival, and it was to the west. So he happened to have chosen the idea of the what we call the Hamilton building, the original school, set on a rise, separated with 2 playgrounds on each side. That's the solution he chose.
Yes.
And he built the building not just as a single symbol temple block, but with wings on each side with colonnades. And then he built pavilions set forward, or small temples at an angle, referencing, well, trying to make it more picturesque, really.
I think that's correct, yes.
And he might not even have known about the temples at an angle in the Propylaea in Athens, because they hadn't been found yet, I think, if I understand correctly.
Sorry, I left that on. Yes, I think that it's a very loose interpretation of the Greek buildings anyway, and it clearly isn't the equivalent of the Greek monument, because it's located in quite a different position. The Propylaea is raised much higher in relation to the Parthenon and so on. And of course you do enter through it in a very grand way, whereas with this building, with Hamilton's building, you're running along the front of it, and it's the running along the front of it and, as you say, having that picturesque relationship with the pavilions and so on, which is part of the rich experience of it.
Yes, and of course they're different buildings for different purposes. But I mean, I haven't been to Athens, but I understand that you presumably have. Is that part of seeing the Propylaea is you actually cross in front of it, or you turn. You're not making a direct, straight approach. It doesn't have that sort of Roman monumentality. You're not charging up the hill.
No, that's correct, and I think it's because of the very steep nature of the rise on which the Parthenon is located.
So we can take from all of this that whatever Hamilton was up to, he had it planned. He had an idea in his mind. His client might not want it of all of it. After all, he wanted the Burns Monument in a different place at one point. But he had a plan, and his plan was a picturesque plan, and that's what we have there, and that's why it's listed, and that's why it forms part of the reason the World Heritage Site is designated.
There was a plan for that specific site in the context of as you say, the other buildings that were to be completed. He knew that context and how it was likely to emerge, so it was designed with those in mind, but it wasn't a master plan as such.
No, I'm not sure anyone back then would necessarily have seen it as that, but it's part of the fourth new town, which, to the extent there was a master plan going on, that was the master plan that was going on at the time. If we could turn to your inquiry report, please, to paragraph 4.6. You talk about the bottom of page 42 under the visualization by Hayes Davidson. So it's good to know they're the author of these images. And the ones that Mr. Gibb talked about came from Hayes Davidson. So we see at the bottom the direct visual association of Scheme 1 to the former Royal High School, so that it becomes an integral part of its mythical landscape, is, I believe, a positive design element compared to the 2009 winning competitive dialogue scheme. Now, we can, not that we'll go now, we can see one version of the 2009 dialogue in various different places, and it has that orthogonal shape, didn't we? But what I don't understand, and I'm well grateful to give you the opportunity to explain it, because it strikes me as an odd position to take, and so I'm just simply going to give you a chance to explain it, is why does this mythical landscape setting need a 6-star hotel built in it? What's the point? Why is it crying out to be built?
Well, for a number of reasons. One, that is to revive the existing historic building, which has remained redundant for a long period. And clearly there were a series of criteria which was part of the competitive dialogue in terms of providing public access to the site and actually enhancing the setting of the locality to make it a more vital experience. And the hotel is one of a number of possible options that was identified as being suitable, and indeed that's what the City of Edinburgh Council believed would be appropriate at the end of that process.
Well, let's unpack that, and I aim to stay within your area of expertise. So others in session 2, I'm told, will speak to the economics, and given some of the planning tests require a balancing exercise to a certain extent involving that, we can leave that to them. But if we're talking about architectural design, not money, you see this building as necessary to revive what about the site?
Well, as I've explained through as a theme running through my report, the backdrop of the school has changed considerably since Hamilton's original conception, where it was located on a rugged hillside where the basalt was exposed, and I suspect is celebrated in a sense by the Craigleaf sandstone contrasting with it. And that has changed in that basalt has now become overgrown, not in a planned way, and by reinstating a topographical, sort of organic piece of architecture of high quality, as I believe this to be, and which is the idea for which comes out of this specific site. I mean, the idea of a now, for example, would create or reinstate that mythical experience that Hamilton was depicting through his painting.
Now, given what you've said about how Hamilton intended the building to sit in a setting he knew about, which would have included a large building to its west, let's talk about your interest in these in a now, in new nows. I don't know whether they're golden nows or silver nows, but nows of some sort. Okay? So you've mentioned them in your report. Could we turn to that section, please, which is at actually probably best page 33 of your inquiry report. So I appreciate that you have expressed an opinion about why you think the late Gareth Hoskins chose this concept, and of course, unfortunately, he can't be here to explain it to us himself. I suppose just as Professor Charles McKean can't be here to explain what he would have thought about the scheme that emerged after his death. By the way, you accept that we can't really ascribe evidence to what people who died before schemes were produced, particularly Professor McKean. We can't define what he would have thought, since he isn't here, unfortunately, to tell us.
Not in relation to the appeal schemes, only in terms of the process that led up to its design.
And if you had the opportunity, I don't need to take you to it, because I suspect you've read it, if you had the opportunity of seeing EW18, EW19, the copies of one of the presentation papers that were put to I think, to Mr. Wright earlier in the inquiry. Have you seen them, those two ones?
Yes.
And you've seen the annotations thereon?
Yes, I have.
So you appreciate that there seems to be some indication that the late professor had one view of the 2009 proposals, and some indication he had different views. And we don't know which of those views are right. It could well be he held both views simultaneously. We don't know, because he isn't here, we can't ask him.
Well, that's true. I mean, I obviously can't speak for the dead, but we do know from the quotes that I've used in my report from Jane Dennison and I think it was Mr. Marini, who were on that committee, that they say that there was strong support from officers and other dialogue committee members for the approach, and those people are thankfully still with us, and those are what statements they made fairly recently.
Accepting that you can't speak for the dead, even though you appear to have tried to at various points. That procurement exercise was a council economic development procurement exercise, wasn't it? It was not part of the planning process.
That's true, but my understanding was that, and that was the whole point of Hoskins Architects being involved, or that all the competitors actually had architects involved, was that design was part of that assessment.
Well, I think we can tell from the Economic Development Committee reports that it was part of that assessment, but money and disposal and a council with no money in 2009-10 was part of it, wasn't it?
Well, you put it in, if I may say so, in a way which suggests that design was not an important aspect of it. My understanding of it was that it was a part as much as the economic aspect.
I wouldn't disagree with that. But the point I'm trying to get across is that we don't have any witnesses at the inquiry, either from the council officers who were involved or representatives of the appellants who were present in that process to come to be cross-examined on it. And we therefore have to give it less weight.
Well, sir, I thought we had council witnesses that were involved in the process, in particular Mr Leslie.
I'm corrected, Mr Steele. I'll rephrase my question. We don't have witnesses from the appellants who were involved in the process who we can ask questions of. So we have to deal with it when we get to it later on. But you weren't involved in the process.
Certainly not. Mr Gibb has also given evidence on his relationship to that stage of the process.
He has. So let's turn to your inquiry report on page 33 and the Millers Now. Now, I want to take two things from you. One I think should be quick, and the other might be a little more complicated. The first one is that you provided helpfully at figure 3.8, 3-8 A and B, an extract of a watercolour, I think prepared by Hamilton. It's a slightly early version, we're told elsewhere. But the Millers Now doesn't seem much bigger than the Western Pavilion. Have I got that right?
Yes.
And in fact, we can see it in elevation on the next page in figure 3-8 C to D.
Correct.
So we don't know. Actually, I'm sure we can work it out, but we know how big the Western Pavilion is. This is a little bit larger in height, more mass. And you would accept that it's a lot smaller than the proposed western wing to this hotel, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course, but that wasn't the point I was making, that it was a literal reinterpretation of the Now. It was just that this part of the landscape of Edinburgh had Nows within it, and Gareth Hoskins, in his sketch, makes it clear that he sees that as a point of inspiration in terms of his particular approach to the wings.
Given the scale issue, which we can move on to the point you identified in Dr. Carter McGee's article and precognition about what Hamilton might have intended at one point for this to be used for. Just to make the story complete, because I think we should probably complete it and move on, can you have a look at CD 622, which is the L&DN conservation plan for the photography scheme that didn't happen? Yes, please. So this is the work that was done. I think Mr. Wright's spoken to using it as a resource for his own work at the start, and I think Mr. Gibb has spoken to using it as an initial resource. Could you please turn to page 12?
I should also add, I say that I've referred to it in my evidence.
You do, Professor. Page 12. This is electronic page 14 for those of us using that. And if we move on within it, we find, in fact, it was not 12, it's further on. I have gone on to completely the wrong page. Allow me a moment. I have missed a digit out on my note, so this is going to be a moment. Sir, this might be a good moment to break for a morning coffee break, he says anxiously.
Beat me to it. Let's do that. Let's break until 11:15. Yep,
Sir.
that's the message.
I was actually looking at page 12 of the appendix, and that's why I've gone wrong. That's electronic page 131, which is very nearly the end of the document. And it's in a sequence titled, with each page is entitled Dr. Joe Rock Research. And if you turn to the page which is about the 5th page or so of his research, and they're in date order, and it's the page that has at the top of it the heading 16th July.
Is that page 12 in the bottom right-hand corner?
It is, Mr. Steele. Thank you very much. Do you have that, sir? So, whilst we appreciate the views expressed by Dr. Carsper-Gee in her PhD, she tells me we should perhaps try and complete the story. So, if we see on the entry for the 16th of July, around about 5 lines down, there seems to be a reference to 1827. And then the words, Charles McCall to excavate the rock east of the school, 23rd September 1829, same to remove a pile, known as Miller's Now, to the west of the school, free in return for the right to sell the rock. So, whilst it may well be, as many people seem to think, that there was ideas that the rock might be used for something else, the rock was taken away within a couple of years in 1829 by a Mr. McCall, about whom we know nothing else other than the fact he clearly sold stone.
That seems to be the case.
Thank you. Let's I wanted to go back to one thing. You mentioned in your precognition that you had received grant in your original, when you lived in Edinburgh, from the Coburn Association.
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal sitting next to me recollects that he would have been the secretary of the Coburn Association at the time. He thinks you might have actually received the grant from the Newtown Conservation Committee.
Ah, okay.
And that, of course, is now... and you're aware that the Newtown Conservation Committee and the Old Town Conservation Trust were merged at the instigation of the Council and Historic Scotland to form Edinburgh World Heritage, whose representative sitting on my right. And, of course, you seem keen to get this right, so I wanted to make sure it was clear that the Coburn Association doesn't give grants, and Mr. Leventhal's keen not to be deluged by applications as a result of today. I would like to turn, if it's possible, to the kinematic sequences. Now, your screen has gone to bed, and before we play it, I asked you to play them again. I wanted to discuss their purposes, and you have helpfully, in a sense, preempted some of my questions, and that will shorten matters. So, am I right to see the kinematic sequences as your attempt to consider the effect of the 2 appeal schemes in relation to the Hamilton building and do so in a sort of dynamic way?
Yes.
And you're trying to understand how, in your view, Scheme 1 or Scheme 2 will affect the setting of the listed building and how it may indeed enhance it, in your view?
Indeed.
And because you're conducting, as you say, your work as an independent expert, you obviously have to apply the RIBA principles of integrity, competence and relationships.
Yes.
And so you've explained the various points in your report. In 2.15, you explain that whilst making, I think, the clear point, which I'm not attempting to get round, that this is not the same as a TVIA piece of work. You're trying to explain how the animated sequences help overcome the limitations of static views, in particular in respect to peripheral views and the moving of one's head.
Yes.
And in fact, I don't know whether you had seen Miss Tweedy's evidence. I put to Miss Tweedy that if one stands at the gap between the St Andrew's House on your one's right and the lodge on your left, looking out over Arthur's Seat, there is a view, a vista, I think I described it, which you have to turn your head to see the full width of it. And she quite corrected me to say that that isn't how TVIA works. So this is a way to try and do something more interesting.
Well, yes, hopefully it is more interesting, but it's also meant to be helpful in terms of giving another perspective, is probably not the right word, but another aspect to the experience, of trying to replicate what the experience may be like.
And your opinion, as a professor who gives evidence on these matters, perhaps in your mind, is helped in its weight it gets given, because we can see your workings, in a sense, by looking at the kinematic sequences.
Yes.
And that's why RT2 is a helpful document from your point of view.
Yes, I hope so.
And so I think you explained at 2.13 how I'm shortening this slightly, but they provide the kinematic sequences give an experiential sense of progression and changing physical and spatial relationships that static photographs and CGIs don't give.
Yes.
And so Hayes Davidson, who obviously aren't here, worked under your instructions.
Yes.
And they produced the 3D model, which they would have taken some of the data from the appellants, architects. They combine it all together, and you choose the route.
Yes.
And you choose the start and end points.
Yes.
And you choose the direction of each of you.
Yes.
Right. Now, I'd like to, in 2.22, you explain your choice of viewpoints. Now, I think there was a moment of confusion in my mind, and I just want to be clear that I've corrected it myself. You see at 2.22, you say that sequence 1, a kinetic experience of representative views, which are in bold, of the appeal sites. And sequence 2 it's in the illustrative views category. I'm assuming what you're doing there is you're referring to the general concept of representative views, not the actual views that you've listed a few paragraphs before.
Yes.
So, you've said at 2:20 that you feel, if I'm right in understanding, that the views that you're picking are best representative of the experience of the appeal site, and they often identified by Hamilton and other artists and photographers over the years.
Sorry, can I just read what I...
Of course. I think you're at 2:20.
Yeah, no, yes, thank you. I think, sorry, if I can correct myself, my reply to you just now, I think the under 220 views 32A to 32D running west from Carlton Hill on the road looking towards St Andrew's House. I think those are that's why it comes onto representative views. I mean, certainly the intention when I set out on this was that the views from Waterloo Place to past St Andrew's House, because there were already a sequence of static views there, I thought that it would be helpful to turn that into an animated sequence. And originally the intention was to pause at each of the points that that had been photographed, but that wasn't possible given the technology available, because the different lenses are used for CGIs in the EAI process than they are in the computer animation process, and so we had to abandon that.
Yes, so there isn't a direct read across between your
exactly.
work, and you've expressed that, I think, quite clearly in RT1.
Thank you.
So this is your choice, your impression.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to do was to ask you to look at CD 599, which is your first sequence on your screen. And what I'm proposing to do is to ask you to play it through again without stopping. And then I'm going to ask you a few questions. Now, what I've done is I've noted the times, and of course you've got the control, which of course frightens me as an advocate. But you've been very clear that you can stop it. So hopefully we can stop it at about 3 points, and I can ask you some questions. So if we can get that on your screen, hopefully it'll wake up, because the screen has gone terribly black. I don't know whether Ewan might be needed to help us at this point.
Yes, it's on my computer, so unless a cable's been pulled.
I would imagine the TV's gone to sleep.
Incidentally, Ewan said it was all right for us both to keep our microphones on at the same time.
Extremely helpful. It does, of course, mean that by random luck, one of us appears on the podcast and the other one doesn't, but there we are.
And what happens if I intervene?
Definitely you say. You always appear first. I'm sure there's a priority. Professor, could you go to your first sequence for Scheme 1? I think that might be it. Yes. Now,
yes.
what I'll ask you is just play it through from beginning to end, because obviously I want you to have it in your mind when I ask you the questions. Thank you. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to talk about the attribution of the painting. You'll be pleased to hear. But others can deal with it when they give their evidence, and I'm sure if it matters to the reporters, we can touch on it. But could I ask you to play it again, and this time stop at 16 seconds in? Now, the reason I wanted to stop there is we can all play it again later, but you actually do pan back a little bit more. And this is the time when we see the whole length of the east wing. Now, we do have an image at, which the reporters have seen many times, and I think you've seen, at image 35 of the visualization sequence. But would you accept this is the first time we have a viewpoint that covers the whole wing and the Hamilton building together?
It's not showing the whole of the east wing in this particular view. It's showing the eastern. Yes, it's showing just one end of it.
Could you press play and just play on for a few more seconds, because we will see a little bit more.
Yes, it pulls back.
It does. We don't quite get to see the folly at the end, but we stop there, and then we move forward and we fly in.
Yes.
Yeah. So we do see a setback position. I accept an artificial one.
Yes. But
we get an impression of how the east wing relates to the Hamilton building. Now let's fly forward and stop when we're next to the Burns Monument, which is around 22.
This is third. Yeah.
Now, it's been put to me that the Burns Monument here is inaccurately represented because it's not sitting on a mound, which, of course, it does in real life. No doubt the reporters can form their own view on that, but do you accept that that building seems to be rather close to the height of the pavement when the Burns Monument is some couple of metres higher than that?
Possibly, yes. May I just pull out a bit again?
Of
just
course,
to check
please
it?
do, yes.
Yes, it doesn't actually look as if it is up on a mound in that view.
Thank you. Could you go on to pause point 2, please? Which my notes suggest might be at about 25 seconds, but your notes will be better, I'm sure. Now, if I've understood this correctly, at this point we're looking down the length of Regent Road.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's around about there.
Yeah.
Now, this seems to match the image on Sequence 1 comparison in RT2 for those of us looking at the images. And I can see on the left the visualization of the Old Town and buildings that I take to be St Giles and the Tron Kirk and various things.
Yes.
Now, what I was struck by was your comment in the notes on the left-hand side of this section in RT2, that historically, Bridewell Jail would have terminated the street vista. There are no trees on Carlton Hill, and Nelson's monument would have been more visible.
Yes.
Now, at this point, the Bridewell Jail would not have terminated the street vista, would it? Because at that point, the site of the Bridewell Jail, New St Andrews House, is round the corner.
Yes, I think that is wrong. I've deleted it in my own copy, in fact, that it should be... it was Carlton Jail walls were built, as my understanding at this time, and the Governor's House, which you can see above the West Pavilion, well, I can see it, probably more difficult in that image, is part of those walls. So, yes, that isn't accurate.
And then we're here at Paul's Point 2, and we can see the old town to our left, with the new developments in the valley below it. But of course, when we go back to Paul's Point 1, the reason the old town is barely visible, as you say in your note on RT2, is because the Burns Monument's in the way. Have I got that right?
Yes.
So let us move on. And could you have CD 47 to hand, which is Mr. Wright's historical essays for Scheme 1? We've already discussed that you use this as a source document for your conclusions, and so therefore I'm assuming you've read it. Could you please go to page 50?
Yes.
Now, in page 50 we have two early colotypes, and if you press play on your movie, as we move on to Paul's Point 3, in a sense we will pass the left-hand calotype, which presumably is one of the reasons you chose this route.
It wasn't specifically for these images, no.
Okay.
But I'll try and match. Well, what I can do is drag it, which is probably easier. If you say when, but it's what?
I think just when it's perfect. That's not the same, but it's all roughly in the same territory.
Yeah.
We see a sort of three-quarter view of the portico and the colonnades. Sorry, we see a three-quarter view of the portico and the colonnades.
Yes.
Okay, let's play on and go stop when we're in front of the portico, please. That will be at 31.
When you say 31...
31 seconds in, if yours has timings. Otherwise, it'll be...
No, I'm already on 34 seconds,
all right.
So it'll be probably about 40...
I think what's happened is that your version of this recording has the map at the front. And the version that is on the system disk that was produced by the appellants doesn't have the map. So we can work this out. So could you move... There we are. That's exactly the right place.
Okay.
So what we have on the right is the portico, and you can just see the Scheme 1's West Hotel extension.
Yes.
In what I think was called the Western Gap in Mr. Innes's cross-examination, Mr. Van Grieken.
Yeah.
Now... So this is an image that is slightly different too, but vaguely similar to one of the visualisations that is produced at the Council's request, isn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Could you play on, please? I'll ask you to stop when we get somewhere. You stop now. Now, you weren't at the site visit, but at the site visit, my recollection is that somewhere around about here, but actually on the other pavement, Mr. Gibb was able to explain the relationship between the Western Hotel extension and the Nelson Monument through the Western Gap to the reporters and those who were present. My question for you is this: why haven't you glanced to the right to see that here?
Because, as I mentioned earlier, the point of this animation is to be looking forward along the route that one would look. It would be very... you'd be made very unwell if I started moving the camera from side to side. It's just a convention to keep it going forward. It's a broad camera lens, so it takes in a lot more. And as I mentioned, the whole point was the CGI stand on their own and are the images that should be assessed. This isn't so much about replicating those images, but to get a sense of moving past the building.
Okay, let's move on a little bit. If you just press play, we want to get to the point we're about to turn and look back. Perhaps if you could pause now. We get to the point where we can almost, but not quite, see around the corner in Waterloo Place. Why didn't you go any further?
It was a position on the plan where it aligned with the sort of the axis of Regent Road as it goes around past St Andrew's House. So it was just a point where I thought we'd gone far enough. Again, the longer the animation, clearly it serves a purpose. And the purpose was to create that effect, to understand that effect, again, not to replicate the CGIs.
No, I do understand that animations have a purpose. Perhaps if you could look at CD 47 to page 52, and there's the rather nice, well, actually, into photographic quality, terrible. CD 47,
yeah.
Page 52. There's the photographically terrible, but they are very, very old,
yeah.
Photographs by Mr. Begbie.
Yes.
Now, if we'd gone a bit further, we might have got to appreciate the view in the lower photograph, showing the entrance, the eastern entrance to the jail complex.
Yes.
But you have chosen, as you explained, to turn at this point. Could you play the rest of the turn? Pause now before it goes white.
I can drag it back.
Please drag it back. Now, I do appreciate that you wanted to show the walk. That's your avowed intention, to show the walk up this road. But you have chosen to turn right at this point and step back and have a little bit of turn of the head. Why haven't you turned round?
Because the image would become very distorted if you turn it further.
If you went on and turned round, it wouldn't become distorted, would it?
If we went all the way to the bend at the end. But as I say, it was the effect. What I was not trying to do was replicate positions which are already CGIs elsewhere, but to get a sense of the relationship of the wings when moving along the frontage of the Royal High School.
It's been put to me that, well, I'm sure that you and I, neither of us do this. You don't play Grand Theft Auto, I'm assuming.
I don't, no.
But you'll be familiar from these sort of street driving games that one can change one's viewpoint. Obviously, the computer software is different.
Yeah.
But you've elected not to show different views, haven't you?
Yes, because I wanted to get enough quality within the images. The trouble with those computer games is that the quality of the renderings is very schematic. You can't get any real detail in at the same level unless you've got a very sophisticated platform. So this was a process. I mean, I've produced these or worked with animators before for exhibitions at the Royal Academy in London and so on to get across Soane's Bank of England and Aztec settlements and all sorts of different things. And it's just really what it was a judgment I made. I'm not saying it was the right judgment. I'd hoped it would be helpful to get across that picturesque character, which was the primary intention, not to replicate the CGI views.
No, I appreciate that, but there is a sort of pantomime moment where we want to say it's behind you and want to turn around. But I appreciate your reasons. Let's move on to the other sequence B for this view. The second sequence for this sequence. And I really would like you simply to play it through to the end and stop at the point when you make the turn.
Sorry, so...
this is CD 600, please. Sequence 1, Scheme 2.
Yeah.
So if you could play it through, and then as you sort of slow and begin to turn, could you pause it? No, not that one, sorry. It's CD 600, so it's Sequence 1, Scheme 2. I think you call it Scheme B.
Sorry, yes, you did say.
quickly we can.
Oops, sorry.
Maybe not that. We've fallen out of our car. Thank you. Now, the reason I asked you to play that is because you have included, for your purpose, which I appreciate is not the same as the TVIA assessments, you've included some trees here in the planting area between the pavement of Regent Road and Scheme 2's second hotel's conference entrance. Have you taken these trees from the landscape planting designs for the Scheme 2?
I haven't, but the Hayes Davison were instructed to, yes.
Could you please perhaps have a look at CD 265, which is the landscape drawing for planting plan design intent for Scheme 2? If you could look at the left-hand end, or the pointy end of the scheme, you'll see that south of the drawings for the western extension, there is a area marked out in green, which I'm taking to be this planting area that you've got these trees in. And you'll see there are a total of 6 smallish plants marked, and they're in the front planting bed 1. Do you see that? Let's check we're looking at the right thing. So what it should be...
That's what I've got. Doesn't seem to
Ah, mine's in colour. So it's 625. Is that 625 you have?
265.
265. Because Mr. Steele has a beautiful colour one. I don't think he will lose out if he and you swap momentarily, but I'll be guided by him in that respect.
Oops, sorry.
It's helpful to have the colour because it'll be a bit quicker. In the colour one, if you could find the Western Hamilton Pavilion with its roof on the drawing,
Yeah.
and if you look immediately to the right on the drawing, you will see planting for the terrace of the in front of the colonnade. But to the left, you'll see an area marked as FPB3 and an A,
Yep.
and then there's a series of trapezoidal shapes and a triangle, and then there are about 6 small trees or plants even. I don't know what they are.
So just before we go any further, I wonder if I can just double check, because I'm holding 265. Is that the correct number?
Well, I'm working off the electronic copy, Mr. Steele. So,
But the correct number is 265.
let us do what Mr. Gibb would make us do at this point and go into the bottom right-hand corner. And I have a drawing number, which is 1649.ls/(98)001. And is that the same as yours?
No, that's exactly the problem. This is a different drawing number, but it is labelled CD265, and I'm just checking whether everybody's got the correct one or not.
I'm obliged. Perhaps we should make sure that everyone does have it, because the electronic copy is coloured, and it is
The
described.
one I have is 1614LS98001.
Yes, and it's coloured in various places with
Yes.
green fills and red lines.
Yeah.
And it's entitled Planting Plan Design Intent. So we'll just wait a moment, so we must make sure Mr. Steele has the right one.
Now, don't bother about me, but I'm more interested in others. My 265 is actually entitled Tree Protection Plan, but as long as everybody else is working from the correct and identical plan, then that... and the witness has clearly got it, because I've just given it to
I think
her.
I can help then, Mr. Steele. If you follow the document list down order, the tree protection plan is actually CD264, and the one we're talking about is the one after that. So if your system, if it's been misnumbered, it will be the next one.
No, it's fine in my bundle, because I've given the correct one to the witness.
Of course, yours is fine, but the one that you were given
As
was
I
wrong.
thought I'd made clear. But the one that the witness had is wrong, and all I'm doing is checking that everybody's
You're
got the right
absolutely
plan to
very helpful of
assist you, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. So I wanted to make sure that Yes, I think you don't now have the right one in front of you, Mr. Steele. Thank you. So all I wanted to take from you, Professor, is that if one looks at the coloured planting area to the west of the Hamilton Eastern Pavilion and immediately south of the Scheme 1 hotel, there are a number of trees, but I've taken them to be set rather back towards the corner, so that the corner of the end of the site, so that the curved corner of the first floor of this new hotel can be read. And your instructions have produced a visualization which has a rather large tree there. And am I right to take it that you gave instructions for it to be the same, but if it isn't, it's somebody else, unfortunately, who's made a mistake?
I don't know which drawings they were provided with, I'm afraid, but yes, there does seem to be a discrepancy between indeed the number of trees and their location in the animated view, but I'm not sure that, I think one can read through, as I say again, the point is not to duplicate the CGIs. The point here is to give a sense of what these trees would be like in that location. But the main relationship is that of the wing to the pavilion itself, and which one can still read. So
well, yes, I don't want to get back into what might be seen as stale arguments about whether the concept is legible. I was more interested in, this is a picturesque landscape, and as you said, it's on the cusp of the edge between urban and rural.
Yeah.
On a transition, I think was your words. And therefore, trees, to the extent they affect people's minds, if there are trees semi-hiding this western extension, that will affect how we perceive that western extension, even in the animations to the limited extent that we can, won't it?
Well, as I say, the point of the animations is not to be that precise in terms of the planting, because, again, trees are quite difficult they use a lot of a memory up in these animations. So what they've done, I think, is just give an artistic positioning of those trees. What is correct is the relationship of the pavilion to the west wing.
Of course, it's a shame that they put an extra tree in, because they might have had enough processing power to turn around and look behind us.
Well,
but
anyway, yeah.
Could we go to the beginning of this movie and the plan that your movies have included, and the ones that are lodged don't, but I'm sure that can be sorted out. So that one, yes, that's very helpful. Now, you were explaining to me that if you got to the end of these sequences and turned round, there would be a distortion. Have I got that right?
Yes.
So the far end arrow, you're saying, is a point where if one looks back at the portico, there is a distortion. Have I got that right?
No, it's more to do with the relationship of the temple to, because one is very close to the temple in this position, and given the type of lens that's used for the animation, which is wider than that for the CGIs, then you'll get a lot of distortion.
If that's the case for this position to the west of the portico, it will surely be the same for the fourth arrow back, because it's in the same position with respect to the portico. There will be a distortion in your visual kinetic sequence at that earlier point, won't there?
There will be some distortion in all these images, yes, compared to the CGIs. That's why one should rely on the CGIs. The whole point is to get a sense of movement and relationship going forward, but it's also why the camera is kept pointed ahead rather than moving it from left to right.
Well, let's go and look at a view where you do look ahead and meet something interesting. So can we please go and look at sequence 2 for scheme 1? And so that is CD 601.
Would you like me to run it?
Yes, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you. Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to pause. I'm sorry to be rather abrupt when I do it, but there will be a point when it makes sense. As soon as that building disappears, please could you pause it? Thank you. Right, now, at that location, which is on the northern pavement, incidentally, why did you walk down the northern pavement as opposed to the southern pavement? Is there a reason?
Because that was the line that the views were taken from for the CGIs.
I thought the whole point of this exercise was to step out of the constraints of the CGIs and look at it from your point of view.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the point originally, what I had hoped was that we could go along, follow this exactly the same line and positions as the CGIs, merge into the CGIs, and then move forward. But technically, that proved impossible.
I understand. So at this point here, we can see the lodge, I think, with its roof attached, and beyond it, we can see something that I may just be confused because, having been once a geography student, I do remember doing a geological map of Arthur's Seat, and that's not Arthur's Seat. So what's happened to the CGI for Arthur's Seat as we keep playing on? Why do we not have Salisbury Crags and Arthur's Seat in the gap?
Well, again, as when I introduced Appendix RT2, I made it clear that landscape was approximated in these views, and they didn't have apparently a Z map of Arthur's Seat which they could use, so they've just produced some forms which give an impression of the view beyond.
So we should, in a sense, read into that space our own understanding of the sublime view of a distinct volcano in the middle of a city at that point.
Well, you don't need to if you look at the CGIs.
Of course. So let's play on, and again, if you hope you don't mind, I will ask you to pause it when the building disappears again. Thank you. A moment of excitement there. It all went away.
Hang on, I'll drag it. It's easier, I think.
Thank you. Yes, if you could pause it there, that'd be wonderful. Oh, not quite.
It doesn't want to.
It keeps on to come back. Whatever we do, it comes back. That's probably far enough. You might just get away with pressing
I'm
pause.
going to keep my finger on it. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. So effectively what we have here is we have the large St Andrew's House to our right, replacing the prison, which is a wall, and we have this open end to this space. We have Arthur's Seat in our minds beyond it. And poking around the corner, we have this Hamilton's scheme, part of which at this stage is blocked by the pavilion.
By the Gate Lodge.
By the Gate Lodge, thank you. But we can still see the western wing, can't we?
We can see the top of it, yes.
Yeah. So if we... And this is the crucial point, isn't it? Where we move from the urban Newtown transitioning out into a sort of semi-rural view. Although it's entirely artificial, we know there's actually a town below that, and beyond those hills is a lot of urban area. This is a created or chance sudden rural view at this location, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, if we can play on, please, and we'll do this. Try and do the same trick. I appreciate the problems. Ah, wonderful, thank you. So we have at that location, the building has just disappeared. We can see the western flank of the western wing of the Hamilton building. We can see the gatehouse. We can see the fencing, such as there is. Of course, we don't see the PSA planting that's there at the moment and the horrible bent tree. But in this location, are we not getting a picturesque, something like a picturesque landscape where this is being revealed to us gradually at this point?
Well, clearly there's a view of landscape, and there are views of buildings designed by Hamilton in view. Whether it's one of the better picturesque interpretations or readings, rather, of the site is questionable. I don't think it is with the Gate Lodge there, because you can't see the north elevation of the temple structure clearly. Well, fortunately, we don't need to go back over the north elevation, because, of course, many questions were asked of Mr. Wright about that. And given what you said before, the reporters had that conversation. I just want to ask one final question. I think I know your answer, but I form the view that, again, the treatment of the hill to the left is impressionistic about trees and walls and retaining walls. Is that correct? Yes.
Thank you. Now, if we'll put those to one side and finally deal with a final topic. So the final
Sorry,
topic...
can I close this down
Please
now?
do. That would be most helpful.
Thank you.
Could you go to your inquiry report to paragraph 312, please?
Yes.
Now, in this report, section of the report, you're reporting the history of the project. And you report that a partnership was formed in May 2013 between Mr. Bruce Hare of DHP and Mr. David Orr of Urbanist Hotels. And they're, of course, the appellants, aren't they?
Yes.
And later on in that section, it reports that in April 2014, the partnership had secured all necessary institutional funding. You report that.
Yes.
And had been granted a ground lease.
Yes.
Now, you're reporting this. Is this information that you've received from somebody else, or is this your own investigations that you've carried out?
I've received from somebody else.
But as far as you understand it, the appellants have the title, in some sense, to this land, and they've acquired it in this competitive dialogue process you told us about.
That was my understanding, yes.
Right. And indeed, part of the justification for the project, as you mentioned earlier on, is an assessment of the benefits that may or may not accrue from building this hotel.
Yes.
That the appellants wish to build. But of course, others will speak about that.
Yeah.
But you're clear in your mind that you've given your opinion for the appellants as controllers of the site.
I'm not sure what turns on this, but in any event, the witness is relying on information he's received. He was no part of the process. If my learned friend wishes to explore this, he can try with Mr Mappin, but more ask Edinburgh Council about it. We're going to give evidence at some time soonish.
Thank you, Mr. Dart. I'll take up your invitation. My final comment is I think, possibly a little firm, but I think I have to make it. You've explained how that you support the construction of bold and brave modern architecture in locations, and you've given evidence on many occasions in support of such schemes.
Yes.
This bold and brave modern architecture, in this context, this is bold and brave modern architecture, you say, in the context of a World Heritage Site.
Yes.
It's not a master plan element.
No.
It is in a conservation area and close to a design landscape.
Yes.
And it's a Category 1 listed building.
Yes.
Category A listed building. No, Category 1 listed building. Okay, I'm
Well, I knew what you meant.
I knew you meant, and I knew what I meant. So thank you, Miss Coburn, for stopping my flow. In any event, you have attempted, you say, you've told us, to explain your reasoning through means of your evidence and your kinematic explanations.
Yes.
And I think I have to put this to you. I think it's fair not to, so I don't want to leave it till submissions. It might be said that you haven't shown you're working because you've chosen to carry out a kinematic exercise. You've chosen viewpoints yourself. You've not followed formal technical rules like Mr. Van. You've conducted your own professional examination, but you've not put into your sequences other views that would show other parts of the scheme. You've consciously excluded those, haven't you?
I've explained why, yes.
And ultimately, that's something that someone will have to assess in assessing the value of your evidence.
Yes, it was merely meant to assist in understanding the picturesque character of the building as it is and with the two appeal schemes located within it. It was to assist and, as I state very clearly, not to supplement the technical images.
Thank you. I'll just check if I have anything else, but I don't think I do. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Mr. Innes, can I just check with you how long you think you might be in cross-examination of Professor?
Probably an hour and a half.
Okay. Right. We'll see how we get on
Yeah.
for lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could we have a short
We're just going to
break
have
to
a short
reorder?
break for 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Taverner. Just very quickly on the video animation. Clearly, in terms of the Eastern Hotel Wing, what you provided collectively amongst those visual images is effectively at the start of the first sequence, we got equivalent to viewpoint 35 of the photomontages.
Yes, that may well be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in terms of the other images coming up the hill, we got, again, a side-on of the photomontages. Essentially, we've had an equivalent view in a photomontage where we just see behind the Hamilton building the Eastern Hotel Wing. Yes?
Yes.
It didn't seem to have a particularly starring role in the video sequences, did it, the Eastern Hotel Wing?
What are you asking?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that collectively, and you're not the only witness on behalf of the appellant to turn up and say, I just didn't provide it. We've had the photomontages originally produced, we've had the architect's images, we've had a further set of images from Mark van Grieken, and a fourth set of images produced by you, and there's one absolutely consistent position that from Regent Road one mustn't see the Eastern Hotel Wing, and that's effectively what's happened, apart from at 35. Anywhere further west from viewpoint 35, you do not get an image of the Eastern Hotel Wing and its relationship to the Hamilton building.
I don't think there's any conspiracy in this. I mean, it just so happens that, as I explained what the purpose of my animated sequence was to move up the hill in that particular way. I mean, I'm very happy to say that there would be visibility of the Eastern Wing from that position, but I think, as Mr. van Grieken explained yesterday, to represent it would result in distorted images, which wouldn't be helpful.
So ultimately comes that effectively, if I wanted the kinetic experience of, say, walking up from Waterloo Street and walking completely past the Royal High School, what I miss from the kinetic experience on your video is effectively passing the main bulk of the Eastern Hotel and seeing, the Western Hotel Wing, and thereafter enjoying the visibility of the Eastern Hotel Wing. So the main visibility travelling from essentially west to east is of entry points rather than actually seeing the context of the Hamilton building with the two hotel wings, and that's just a byproduct of what you've chosen to depict. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think it's possible to extrapolate from the information I provided and the very large number of views that the appellants have provided through the EIA process and Mr. van Grieken's additional views, that I think it's very possible to get a full understanding of the levels of impact.
Now, I hesitate to get back and to your examination in chief yesterday, but I feel I must do so, given that I have harumphed when Mr. Steele has mentioned the 11 metres in terms of, let's find out exactly what we were thinking about. Can I understand, what do you understand to be the 11 metres that Mr. Steele has been talking about it? Is it the width of the cut immediately below the portico on the southern elevation of the Hamilton building?
Yes, and that was based on the DAS CD 563.
Yep.
Hang on, sorry, no, that's the wrong one. Yes, 563. But I'm just trying to find the. Oh, sorry. Yes, it was the page 80, page 90. No, sorry, page 89. It's new opening to a foyer has a clear span of circa 11 metres.
Mm-hmm. Could you just confirm which heading you're reading from when you say the span? Because it'd be helpful to understand exactly what drawing and section you're talking about, so there's no ambiguity in this.
To save time, I can assist. It's heading permanent work.
Yes. So that's helpful because could we just read that? Are you talking about the top right-hand column of permanent work?
That document isn't really helpful because there's any page numbers. I've got my own copy. Which also doesn't have any page numbers. I'm not going to be able to find it easily.
No, it's in section 10. I think it's probably the easiest. It's section 10, but perhaps
Yeah, and I've got section
4 or
10.
5 pages from the back of the end of section 10. There's a heading of permanent works. Is that?
Yes, I found it. Yes, thank you.
So, to be clear, what it says is for clear span of circa 11 metres and applied loads from the masonry above, a structural beam depth of approximately 800 millimetres
Yes.
is to be required. And you're reading that to say that the cut at the front of the portico is 11 metres.
It says clear span, so
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Well, if I suggest to you that there's going to be a range of permanent works underneath the elements on the south facade, which will be of a structural nature, but I'm going to suggest to you that you're wrong on your the cut width underneath the portico, and I'm going to go to the approved drawings, and I'm going to ask you to have those available, please, Professor Taverner. To CD 721. Professor Taverner, have you got a ruler?
Nope. Thank you.
Just to be clear on this drawing, exactly what we're talking about, where the cut underneath the portico is that if we come to the south of the Hamilton building, and we'll then see some words, remove existing railing on terrace level. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is not the cut, is it?
No.
So the cut into the south face of the portico is immediately behind that, and we see that it's the cut that's into the thicker grey walls behind. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you would be kind enough on that particular elevation to measure in millimetres what you think the cut measures in that drawing, please.
8.5 metres.
Oh, right, it's 8.5 metres. You seem to come back very quickly on that.
Well, I was putting the scale up to it while you were talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can use that.
So, I was going to ask, given that we now have approved drawings, why we've had all this nonsense about 11 metres when it's patently obvious that it's 8.5?
I don't think there was any nonsense about it. This was information taken from the architect's DAS, which says a clear span without being specific where, but seems to show openings as entrances into the Museum of Scotland, so there's no nonsense.
Well, I'm going to suggest it is, Professor Taverner. You're perfectly capable as an architect of looking at Sorry, isn't that just a deliberate attempt to try and support Mr. Steele's exaggerated scale of cut into the south portico?
Well, to that I take exception. The 11 metres first came from Mr. Innes himself, as I recollect it, and I merely repeated that.
And just to complete this, because I'm obliged, Professor Taverner, if I have information to put it to a witness, because if we subsequently give evidence on it, I have to put it to you. And equally, if that information is against me, I'm also obliged to put that to you. If I say that the width isn't 8.5 metres, but is 8.517 metres, measured off a CAD drawing, would that be compatible with this drawing or not? Yeah. Yep. Let's just keep going, Professor Taverner. CD 715, please, which is another large drawing. Now, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy, but if you could get the second elevation down, shows the south elevation, including effectively that same structure, the cut in the south underneath the south portico. And again, do you want to put your scale ruler on that, please? Okay. Well, I'm measuring it exactly the same, so I don't know. Perhaps that's your measurements. Could I ask you, what would be, essentially, could you measure with your scale rule, taking a mid-position between the left-hand column of the portico and the midpoint of the right-hand column, end columns on the portico, what would that total width be? Well, I'm just talking a measurement, and we'll come back to what its relevance is. Just asking for you to measure. Yeah.
I wonder if Mr. Innes could just confirm exactly, because I didn't follow what the witness is being asked
I'll
to measure.
check it very slowly. Above the glass slot, do we see a number of pillars forming the front of the portico? They are 6 in number, and what I would ask you to do is to measure from the central point of the western column to the midpoint of the most easterly column and give me an estimate of roughly how many metres that would be.
You must be talking about different columns. I'm taking it that you mean the extreme columns either side of the
either
portico.
side, the midpoints.
Centre line of each column. I can guess the answer.
14 metres.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter whether you're right or wrong. I just needed a figure.
Save time. If Mr. Innes wants to put the figure to the witness, I have no difficulty with that. This isn't any trick questioning. We're perfectly happy to, whatever that width is, the width is.
I think we understand what's being asked. It doesn't matter to me whether it's 11, 14. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Innes, what you're asking.
Well, it does matter, sir, and I'll come to the reason why, is that we're going to come on and look at some work undertaken by Arup. And I was wondering if you could have CD 186 available, please, Professor Taverner.
Sir, just before we move on, can I just be clear? I know we have a figure now, but I'm not myself exactly clear as to what that figure relates to. Can Mr. Innes just confirm, please?
Well, we've got two figures. We've got the cut underneath the portico, which I think we've all agreed at 8.5. We've then taken a figure which is roughly a midpoint between the most eastern column and the western column on the front of the portico, which has been said to be about over 14 metres or about 14 metres. Yeah. Yeah, CD 186. And if we could go to Appendix A6, please. And then if we come about 5 pages back from that appendix, there's a figure which shows Figure 1, Proposed Music School, removal of existing structure and rock excavation between Hamilton Building, sheet 2 of 2. It's at the back of the document, and there should be some drawings there. Now, just to be clear, on the bottom left-hand drawing, do we see an area in red marked that I'd sort of put as, I've given you the benefit of the doubt, somewhere the midpoint between the columns. It could even be slightly further out. So it seems to be a cut of about 14 to 15 metres. Would that be fair? And just to be clear, Arup's understanding at that time in the box, that was the width of wall to be removed beneath the portico, stairs and structure in front of the portico to be retained. Do you see that? So what we can assume is that Arup's subsequent commentary in relation to any of these matters was based on a fundamental error in relation to understanding what was proposed underneath the portico.
Your microphone, Professor Taverner. Thanks.
The drawing that we were looking at in terms of demolitions just a moment ago, if we could please go back to that, because I think it would just help me answer your question, please. Which is the demolitions drawing.
Probably 721. I think 721.
Thank you. Yes, in relation to 721, I think the area that they're marking is the larger area, which is north. It's the widest shaded bit under the temple portico, which has the two square columns or piers within it. That would be the 14. That would correspond in overall width to the diagram that you've just taken me to.
Well, I would have thought that somebody like Arup, if they were making that, they wouldn't have said in the box, width of wall to be removed beneath the portico. I think that's a very clear reference to the cut. And it's a nice try and defend that, Professor Taverner, but there's no other justification in the text to suggest that was the basis on which they assumed anything, is there?
Well, I would say from reading the plan that I've just asked to see, that if it was suggesting the actual face, then there would be an impact on much more material in that area. I mean, I don't think it's definitive, but I mean, I would have been happy to accept that this is what they're referring to, is it's the wall to be removed beneath the portico. I mean, there is a whole general area there of that width. I accept that it narrows then as it comes forward to 8.5.
Well, of course we can interpret what we like, but I would suggest the words width of wall to be removed beneath the portico was a clear indication of the extent and width of what we've been calling the cut.
Well, I don't agree, but...
Now, in terms of your evidence, just to understand it, paragraph A.8 of your Appendix RT1, you set out what you do.
Yes.
Now, it appeared from this that effectively your skills have developed to essentially advising on larger scale projects. Would that tend to be the work streams that are involved?
Yes.
And insofar as you're involved in these larger projects, you aren't actually doing the architecture. You're advising as a sort of special advisor to the project. Would that be?
Yes. I'm a consultant architect.
And in that respect, your key aspect of what you bring to the party is the expertise of being able to support relatively large-scale interventions in areas either with heritage issues that might arise. Would that be a fair summary of what you do?
Almost.
Yeah.
In that, yes, we do deal with very large projects, but we also deal with very small ones, so we cover the whole range.
And as you say, you've acted for appellants at more than 50 inquiries, again, supporting parties promoting change. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I noted in your precognition that you also described yourself as an urbanist.
I was Professor of Architecture and Urban Design at the LSE, yes.
Can we agree from both your experience and your professional expertise that you have no formal qualifications in structural engineering? Would that be fair?
Absolutely.
Equally, do you have any specialist skills and knowledge regarding advising specialist music schools as to what facilities they might require?
No.
Do you have any specialist skills when it comes to considering what requirements there might be for performance space?
No.
Now, I want to come and deal with the ARAP reports. You're obviously familiar with them because you've lodged extracts from them.
Yes.
Have you had direct discussions with ARAP?
No.
Do you know who authored the first ARAP report?
No.
Do you know who authored the second ARAP report?
No.
In terms of the inquiry team, Mr. Wright specifically said that he had passed this issue on to you, so there must have been internal discussion within the project team as to who was taking forward putting the ARAP reports in their inquiry reports and their precognition. Is that right?
I wouldn't say it was formal as such. I was given a fairly open brief. I went through the information and I found the information that I've quoted from helpful to my understanding of what had been going on.
And insofar as what do you consider your role as an expert witness to this inquiry is, Professor Tavener?
I'm advising in relation to design and design impact.
But you did go on to make commentary in relation to matters arising from the ARAP reports, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Now, insofar as the ARAP report CD186 was produced, do you know the circumstances in which it was produced?
It was produced as a rebuttal of sorts to the proposals of the Royal High School.
Do you know what instructions were given to ARAP?
So I don't know what, sorry?
What instructions were given to ARAP?
No.
Were you aware that the report was responded to in CD372, which was the appellant's objection? Sorry, not the appellant's, my client's objection to this scheme?
Yes.
Were you aware in 289 that that was responded to by a further ARAP report?
Yes.
And that has been further responded to by Mr. Narrow and CD584 and his team?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, would you accept that the differences between the parties are more than just a narrow interpretation, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, acting as a professional, did you not seek, given this difference of view, first of all, to speak to ARAP and say, I can see points made. Could you confirm which aspects of the response you accept?
No, because this was the information that Historic Environment Scotland had received, and that was really the context of my assessment of the material.
Yeah, we'll come to that. But, I mean, we're here trying to assist the Scottish ministers taking a decision, not whether Mr. Steele should attack Historic Scotland for what they did during the consideration of my client's applications. Do you understand the difference?
well, I wouldn't put it in those sort of terms. I mean, the point of, I mean, I'm not giving a technical assessment. I mean, I make it very clear within the context of the reaction of Whiteburn projects and the advice they'd received then, that it was a very risky exercise to excavate underneath the building. So I'm really dealing with it at that level. I'm not pretending to have any more technical knowledge than that, only a broad experience as a consultant architect.
And insofar as you want the ministers to place weight on this material, have you sought any verification of the issues dispute between Arup and Narrow Associates in relation to the interpretation of the drawings? No. In terms of the discussion before the inquiry, there must have been discussion as to why or whether Arup would be led as a witness, and you must have been party to those, Professor Tavener.
No.
So you never asked the question. You're a very experienced witness. You've given evidence at 50 public inquiries, and there's a topic issue that you've picked up. There must be a question mark of why are they not coming to give evidence? That must be a question that you asked, Professor Tavener.
Well, I'm afraid I didn't.
You're genuinely saying that you did not ask why are Arup not giving evidence before the public inquiry when you're relying on their dispute to basically attack historic environment Scotland, and that's the position, isn't it?
It's not to attack historic environment Scotland at all. I mean, the point of it was to, as I say, it was the same information that they had that I had, and that was sufficient. And all I raise in my proof is I go through a series of points which any professional involved in the building industry would understand why those questions were accepted at face value. It's the same material that they had. I didn't need any additional material from anybody else.
Well, that may be so, because we'll be coming on to look at some of that material. But what I'm seeking to understand that if you genuinely perceived that this was an issue which was of importance, do you not consider that the appellants would have led a structural engineer in evidence on the matters that are raised in the Arup report?
I've answered.
So the witness has already answered that more than once, and ultimately the responsibility for witnesses is mine.
Yes, I think we can move forward, Mr. Innes.
Well, I'm going to take you through both the Arup reports and also the responses in some detail, Professor Tavener, because you are the only witness that I have to discuss these matters with, and you are the person singled out in the heritage case by others to be dealing with these matters. And so, unfortunately, that's the case. And I'm only going to be using documents that are before this inquiry. So there's nothing else. So we're going to take this relatively slowly, and I'm sorry if you feel that it's not within your expertise, but you're the only witness I can raise it with.
Okay, well, I'll try as best as I can, but if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you.
Now, if I could start off then looking at CD 289, please. So I'm going to take this quite slowly because it might be slightly quicker if I take you through 289 rather than going through the earlier document, C186, and then get to where we're going. So just to put it in the introduction, it sets out a context, and it said they prepared a structural engineering commentary on the Royal High School Trust. And then it's important that this technical is read in conjunction with the original commentary, but it goes on to give the original summary, which is a summary from the earlier document, CD186. Also, that this exposes, this is the conclusion in respect of CD 186. This exposes the existing building to risk of movement and damage, which would need to either be designed out, controlled, and or managed during the construction process. Do we see that?
No, sorry. Where is that?
Bottom of the second paragraph at 1.1 of 289.
Yes.
So that was their conclusion in respect of the first attempt, and obviously we can, I can pass comment on whether or not they accurately had information, but that was the conclusion. Also that this exposes. We then, in paragraph 1.2, have what appears to be 1.2, a fairly clear statement that Duddingston House Properties and Urban Hotels have subsequently commissioned Arup to provide further detail on the likely extent of required demolitions, downtaking, temporary works needed. Do we see that?
Yes.
Mm. And then they claim various things about approved drawings, and then we move on to essentially
Your microphone wasn't working.
If we just trying to put in, I'm trying to take this in short order rather than go through every detail. But in terms of 1.3, we reach a conclusion. Okay, you got to the conclusion bit. The first is during the further assessment, works now undertaken, it has become clear that the practical requirements for accessing plant and equipment into the space for demolition and stabilisation of the foundations will require the removal of the balcony within the main hall, require large downtakings to at least 5 locations of the rear elevation. The removal of the existing vaulted substructure would also require removal and reinstatement of the portico floor. Substantial steelwork, temporary props will need to be threaded into the existing structure to provide vertical and lateral support. The final viability of this and further removal of structure needed to achieve needs further investigation. Do you see that? We'll go on and have a look at what that actually means. Then in the second paragraph, it's also apparent that the current proposals need significant amendments. And it then goes on to say, in line 3, the proposed arch between the front wall of the main hall is not feasible in its current geometric form and requires to be substantially wider and have large thrust blocks.
We have battery failure here.
Keep going. So effectively what we have is Arup doing further work, and they say, first of all, that it's the plant access that we need to do all these downtakings for. It's to do with an arch. Do you see that? Move a couple of pages forward in the pictures, we might be able to see what piece of machinery I think is deemed to be necessary for the rock extraction, which seems to be causing the large number of downtakings. Do we see that? The effects in the figure C. And we see there that on the left-hand side we get the Clem 805 drill rig working within the existing building. This is tracked, is needed within each room after removal of original suspended timber floors and foundations. Do we see that? It would appear to be that sort of vehicle that is being anticipated might be utilised to assist in the dealing with matters relating to rock. Is that correct? So, in terms of the residual additional issues, they're twofold. They're effectively this issue of the arch and this rock extraction. Could I ask you to have CD 372 available, please? And if we go to the back of the document, you'll find a section that deals with the ARUP report. And what we have is, first of all, a section on page 10, which is headed section 5 of this letter of objection, which is response to issues raised in the planning statement. And we see there, in terms of responding to the ARUP report, the Trust sought advice from their own specialist conservation engineers, David Narrow Associates. They've been involved in the design process and are fully aware of the issues that are likely to be faced. In that respect, we enclose Appendix 1, a background to David Narrow and a response to the specific aspects raised by ARUP. It's considered the ARUP report contains factual errors and overstates the potential impacts of the proposed development. Furthermore, the acknowledgement at the end of the risks can be appropriately managed is one which is shared. David Narrow Associates have extensive experience, etc., etc. So we then go to various responses, and then in Appendix 1 we get the David Narrow response. Now, one of the aspects is it goes through, I think it's at page 13, it goes through various things that are factually inaccurate, as they say, with the interpretation of their data in terms of what was in the design and access statement. Now, if you go down on page 14 and the second bullet point, at this point we have a statement: ARUP's interpretation of the new structure to support the walls of the portico is wrong. The music school proposals do not include re-support of the main load-bearing masonry walls and arches. The main walls will be supported on beams and columns without lateral thrusts on the structure to either side. The reconstruction of the main hall floors be onto beams with curved form, not arches generating thrusts. Do we see that? So what we don't know, because we don't have a witness from ARUP, is whether they were ever given a copy of the letter of objection of 24th March 2017, which obviously predates the June report CD 289. So the position is very clearly set out and responded to, yet in the June report, the second key issue, which ARUP have retained in their criticism, is about the arch, which just isn't part of the proposal, is it?
I'm not competent to answer that question. I mean, all I can do is look at figures A1 and A2 in the ARUP report, which show cross sections and long sections through the temple and central structures, and I can see that, as happens in relation to the demolition drawings that Richard Murphy Architects produced, that those arches indicated there are to be removed, and that clearly what ARUP is showing here are a series of beams extending across, bearing onto structure. It's not clearly stated what that structure is and whether it's new columns or what. But yeah, I mean, as you say, I'm not. Well, as I've said, I'm not competent to go any further with that. I mean, I'm taking.
And would it equally be fair that structural engineers owe professional duties? So if David Narrow Associates are saying it's going to be a beam, not an arch, that we can place weight on that coming from a professional?
Well, sir, with respect, what it actually says is a beam with a curved form, comma.
Which is an arch.
By any other name.
Well, I think Mr. Steele should stop giving evidence. It's a beam.
I was
and that's what
objecting
it's been
to a
expressed
question
as.
that wasn't factually accurate and wasn't quoting the precise wording.
It says what it says. We don't know which way it's curved or how it's curved. Without any further information.
Okay. Should we deal with some more rock extraction? Because that's obviously something that you're keen to get into, Professor Taverner. In terms of the proposal for the trust, could you have before you, if you could go back to your design and access statement, CD 563.
Sorry, did you say a page?
It's not got a page, but we're going to be very close to where we were very close to the end of section 10.
Yes.
3 pages in, we've got a discussion of rock extraction.
Yes, rock excavation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, as identified here, the proposals will require excavation through rock. The methods used will require to mitigate the impact to listed build a network of rail tunnels which are in close proximity to the site and surrounding area. It then goes on to say what they would do. And the first thing we would carry out a full geotechnical site investigation, consult with specialists in this field to discuss the most appropriate methods for ground or rock encountered, consult with Network Rail, Historic Environment Scotland, the Council and Natural Heritage to discuss options and limitations of available TEECs and the impact on the existing infrastructure. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on to the chosen method will be based on an assessment and agreement of the impact on the existing site with all parties. Do we see that?
Yeah.
And equally, under the possible methods, we see possible methods of rock excavation. We see rock breaking using a product such as Roex or Cardox, which is a non-detonating propellant enclosed in a plastic housing with an electrical ignition. The process works by releasing a fast expanding gas.
Yes.
Yeah. Secondly, we have the option of a chemical rock breaking using a product such as Dexpan.
Yes.
And finally, hydraulic lock splitting. A splitting cylinder is inserted into a pre-drilled hole. Hydraulic pressure causes the components to splinter, exerting a force on the surrounding rock, causing it to split along the lines of pre-drilled holes. Yes. And then it also goes on to describe how that would have to be monitored in the context of undertaking those works. Do you see that?
Yep.
And directly referencing potential risk of movement to footings and how that would be managed as part of the overall process. Do we see that?
Yep.
Thank you. Can we now go to CD 23? And if you could also have available a number of core documents as well, plans. I'll just read them out. CD 102, CD 110, CD 111, and CD 122. And if we first look at CD 102,
Yes.
now, this is a section of downtakings with areas in a red hash effectively being representing, as I understand it, the demolitions. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Is this a drawing you're familiar with, Professor?
I've certainly seen it, yes.
Could we just understand what's going on here? This is illustrative of space being created to the centre and rear of the Hamilton building. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe Mr. Gibb went through this in his evidence.
What do we see in the lower elevation? Do we see footings of foundations appearing into areas which are likely to be removed, into the material to be removed?
Yes, but I'm not sure. I would need to see the plan. There's a plan that goes with this, which we looked at previously, which would make it clear which walls are actually being removed, because it may be just a generalised area. It just says, I think, well, obviously Mr. Gibb would have been able to answer this question. I'm afraid I can't.
Okay. Well, perhaps it does disclose that there's going to be demolitions around some of the footer foundations of the Hamilton building with Scheme 1.
Well, the plan indicates the areas of demolition. That's actually in my proof, I think. Yes, it's on page 59. Page 59 of my report. So that shows the areas which I think are dotted. Lower ground floor. Yep. But again, I believe Mr. Gibb did explain what was happening in his evidence.
Well, what we can see is there's going to be fairly substantial excavations underneath the Hamilton building associated with Scheme 1, including works of demolition and rock extraction in proximity to existing foundations of the Hamilton building. Isn't that right?
Yes, and I've juxtaposed it with what's proposed for the music school in the diagram above. Which is more extensive.
Yeah. And if we go to CD 110, which I think is the start of this series of drawings I just wanted to take you to. have you got CD 110?
Yes, I've got it.
Yeah, and the real point here is the extent of the creation underneath, not or behind the eastern pavilion, and effectively the underground workings to create what's best described as the lorry bay and associated rooms. Would that be right?
Yes.
Yeah, and we can see from this drawing effectively how close to the eastern elevation of the Hamilton main building that those new excavations will take place.
Yes,
Yeah.
but set well back from the boundary wall.
Yeah. Now, if we move on to CD 2000, well, CD 111, we can perhaps just hopefully.
Yes.
I think I've reached a document issue as well, so that I think would be a very good time for us to break for lunch, if that's at all possible.
That seems appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Innes. We'll resume again. Let's say 20 to 2 then. Innes, you were looking for a document, I think.
I'd had a document issue, and I now realise why I'd had a document issue. I was copying down the plan numbers rather than the CD reference numbers, which is not a good start. So if we could go back to CD 97, Professor Taverner, which is the downtakings associated with the, I think it's the lower ground level. And I'm not so interested in the stuff outside the Hamilton building at this stage of proceedings, but in terms of the Hamilton building, the space appears to be cleared behind the area which would be the foyer for the music school, effectively to provide back office facilities for the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct, but clearly not as significant as the spaces in the arches underneath the portico itself.
But just to be clear, in volume terms, that is a substantial area underneath the Hamilton building where levels are going to have to be altered and rock extracted. Is that correct?
Yes, but as I took you to in terms of page 59 of my report, a similar area is being taken down in relation to the music school scheme.
And in particular, on this particular plan, is it disclosed that effectively a new tunnel is to be constructed between the east and the west wings of the Hamilton building at the lower ground level?
This is a corridor. This is a corridor between the east, west, and central area.
Mm-hmm. And that's to the north of the plan, is that correct? The north of the Hamilton building, that's where the new tunnel is going to be created between the east and the west.
I haven't seen it described as a tunnel as such.
Well, we'll come to that in due course, where I think it is indeed called a tunnel. So we'll, if it is a tunnel, you can call it what you like. If it's an access corridor or tunnel, that's right on towards the north, isn't it?
That's north the heavy line.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And if we go forward genuinely to, I think it's CD 111.
Sorry, I'm destroying the drawing.
If we see in that particular plan, do you see again on that north elevation the outline in light grey of the service tunnel, and we also get some appearance from this of the new rims being created by the various extraction which we saw in the last plan.
Yes, in Scheme 1, that's the approach.
Briefly look at CD 122. Showing in section effectively the depth of the hotel wing to the east and its proximity to the eastern elevation of the Hamilton building.
Yes, that's correct. And the section above shows that the floor doesn't go below the footings of the building.
Although I think you'll find that this isn't actually shown on that. That's a different view. It's from the north. We'd have to look. But can we just be clear? Because I'm not going into this in detail, but the relevance of doing this is that you won't understand the subsequent documentation that we're going to take you to without this context. So it's more so we have an understanding. Do you think there's a possibility of the effectively the depth of those workings, particularly in the east, having the potential to undermine the foundations of the retaining walls? Do you think that's a possibility?
They're set well back from the retaining wall, so I would have thought that would have been avoided by setting them back that distance. But as I say, I'm not an engineer, but that would be my guess.
Could you now have document CD 23, please?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
And this is volume 10 of the environmental statement, and the page number of the environmental statement I'm looking to is page 30. Do you see at paragraph 6.31 that to construct the proposed basements for each of the new wing extensions and the service tunnel connecting both the extensions, there will be requirement for the removal of a significant quantity of bedrock. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the initial estimates indicate some 20 to 30,000 square metres of rock will be required to move the basement construction. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then when we go on in section 6.3.2, do we see that indeed, in terms of the construction scale, that there's two possible options for construction of temporary basement retaining walls for the new wing structures, and it includes option 1. This would compromise an open cut, which would be the least expensive option. However, this option would bring the risk of potential undermining of existing structures, including the Carlton Hill masonry retaining wall. It is considered a cut slip of 70 would be achievable within the strong basalt for initial planning purposes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on, as an alternative, should it be preferable for a vertical face for excavation, the retention system should be compatible with the proposed basement construction. This approach might be to employ either a king post retaining wall or a soil nailed face solution, for example. Do we see?
Yes.
And thereafter, the permanent walls to the basement will be required to retain up to 8 metres of bedrock and groundwater and provide a watertight structure. Do you see that?
Yes, and I mean, what's clear from both those two paragraphs that you've taken me to is that the second part of 631 points out that borehole engineering logs and rock testing results have been undertaken, which have revealed the quality of the material beneath, which allow them to come to those conclusions, and that above the area to be excavated are areas which are just really flaws, whereas obviously it's very different from the situation under the portico itself, which hasn't been, as far as I'm aware, tested with boreholes.
And insofar as we carry on, the existing retaining walls 6.3.5.
Yes.
That indeed this element of the environmental statement identifies that several retaining walls surrounding the former Royal High School building, particularly the substantial retaining wall which supports Carlton Hill footpath and the slope which runs the entire length of the site. Excavation works, including those to the base, will need to consider the risks of undermining the foundations to these walls, and appropriate methodologies devised to mitigate any potential risk to these structures if to be retained in the final development.
Yes, and clearly the proposals for the schemes 1 and 2 don't build against the retaining wall at all, nor do they build against the southeast boundary, but the music school scheme builds close, if not on, both.
Professor Taverner, I'm sure you'll get the opportunity in re-examination to pass comment, but I'm just going through this environmental statement, and if you're going to try and do comparisons, I'm not asking you to do a comparison. All I'm asking you to go through this document with me and understand your understanding of what it means. If at every juncture you're going to go off on a tangent and talk about the music school, that's not what I'm proposing at this point in the discussion. For me. So if we then go on into the discussion, we've got classification of rock, and then at 6.7 there's additional ground investigations that are going to be carried out in due course. And do we see at 6.7 that the purpose of those is to essentially that further detailed investigation should be considered to inform temporary and permanent works design. So it's fair to say that at this stage of the process, at the planning application stage, there are certain elements which are unknown and which further work requires to be undertaken to be able to inform the temporary and permanent works design.
Yes.
And by what we mean the temporary works design, that's the actual way in which the construction is carried out, and the permanent works are what left post-construction.
Indeed.
Yeah. So equally, as we move down, there'll be rock permeability testing. Do we see that? That's one issue that needs to be further determined because of the dewatering schemes for basement excavation.
Yes.
Then we've got the former Royal High School and retaining wall hand pits. It would be considered prudent to undertake further hand-dug foundation inspection pits to expose and record the foundation details of the existing structure and the numerous retaining walls around the site. It is considered that these hand pits would be required to allow basement excavations to be designed to avoid undermining the foundations.
Yes.
So those are all matters that will have to be undertaken. Equally, additional probing with a rotary bore probing equipment to understand the level of bedrock, which was not possible to access during the recent investigations.
Indeed.
Yeah. In essence, it would be fair to say that information has been available, judgments have been made, and the design taken to the level suitable for a planning application.
Yes.
Could I now ask you to look at CD 19, please? And what I'm looking to explore with you, Professor Taverner, is section B6, which is the indicative rock removal methodology, please.
Yes.
Is this a document that you've read before?
No.
No. Have you got B6, which is the indicative rock removal strategy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, sorry.
It should be.
It says I've got page B6, but that isn't the same as. I've got it now. Yes, thank you.
I've got a B6, indicative rock removal methodology.
Yes,
is
I
that?
have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then inside there's a memo. It appears from Arup, dated the 19th of August 2015.
Yes.
Now, one might get a sense of déjà vu reading through this document in terms of the thought processes of the structural engineers regarding rock removal contained in the design and access statement on behalf of the Royal High School Preservation Trust and what's proposed by ARP. Can we just have a look what they propose? And it's a summary of the note, prescribes possible rock excavation methodologies, taking cognizance of important mitigating impact on the listed Hamilton building, network rail tunnels and other relevant stakeholders. So in that respect, we seem to be at one as to how one would take this forward.
Yes.
And then in terms of the overall strategy, we would have, we've got some knowledge that it's basaled with the rock test, indicating that it's medium strong with closely to medium fine space fracture spacing. The rock will require to be pre-treated to loosen if it's prior to conventional excavation, and that then sets the following approaches proposed to be taken in order to establish an effective excavation strategy. It starts off with rock pre-treatment, optioneering study and consultation with stakeholders including Network Rail, Historic Scotland, City of Edinburgh Council and Scottish Natural Heritage. Again, déjà vu hitting you here?
Similar comments. Yes.
Field trials will be undertaken in order to establish exact impacts and effectiveness of a number of treatment methods. Again, déjà vu. Either that or we've copied it, but that may be a different matter.
Well, I believe, yes, as Mr. Narrow didn't have access during the process, it may well have taken the information.
Was there anything wrong with this?
No.
No. So, and then it then goes pre-treatment methods. It then sets out following a discussion with specialist rock removal contractor. There are a number of methods that are available, and we see precision-controlled rock blasting. We see chemical rock breaking, although we perhaps have slightly more examples in our design and access statement of some other methods associated with chemical rock breaking. And thereafter, we have conclusions, which is the proposed way forward is to undertake a pre-treatment optioneering study, follow the optioneering study as the most appropriate techniques, and then do the final selection of treatment methods. Is that correct?
Yes, but again, this is all in relation to less ambitious proposals. This is excavation under the wings rather than the centre of the building.
So you don't think that these rock removal aspects were relevant for the works underneath the Hamilton building? Is that what you're saying, Professor Taverner?
Under the temple itself, yes, because of the way that the arches and footings come down. I mean, I think that and the whole weight of masonry above is very different from that of the wings.
And we'll come on to see in due course that matter has been further considered underneath the building in respect to this scheme. But let's stick to, let's keep moving. CD 332, please.
Yes.
Give me 1 second while I catch up with that document. This is a letter that bears to be from Arup addressed to City of Edinburgh Council. Do you see that?
Yes.
Microphone.
Sorry, this bears to be a letter from Arup dated the 30th of November 2015, relevant to rock extraction underneath the Hamilton building. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do we see that there have been previous correspondence in which you've requested further information on the means of rock extraction from beneath the Hamilton building? Do we see that?
Yes.
And as the applicant's civil and structural engineer for this project, we confirm as follows. The rock beneath the existing Hamilton building foundations, where excavations are needed alongside, will be strengthened where necessary. So can we be absolutely clear that the rock extraction associated with Scheme 1 does indeed involve rock extraction in close proximity to the foundations of the Hamilton building?
Yes, but in relation to the upper slope, which is not as deep,
Yeah.
and not under the portico itself.
This will typically consist of cross-pinning of the foundation and rock beneath using stainless steel bars grouted into position. This will provide a strengthened rock underpinned foundation alongside which the new excavation can proceed. Do we see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of it, the next question was, how are you going to get the rock out from underneath the Hamilton building? And here Arup say, where access is limited within the Hamilton building, it is currently envisaged that rock removal will work forward on a face of rock which will be carefully removed through hand tool or restricted access plant breakout techniques. This could also include local saw cutting of rock faces. Where the rock mass is further away from the existing foundations and access is suitable, local removal of rock face through drilling and chemical splitting may be possible. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, does that seem to suggest that the removing of rock underneath the Hamilton building is capable of being undertaken without the utilisation of the drilling rig as indicated on the Arup plan? It will be in CD 289, the back of.
Yes, sorry, I was just looking at the Arup section that you took me to earlier, sir, and yes, it does seem to be certainly possible to do that.
So, if it were, though, it is the case, the City of Edinburgh Council asked for clarification how you're going to do the rock removal. Arup produce a summary of a range of options to enable rock to be removed underneath the Hamilton building. And presumably you accept that in the current arrangements, the one thing that is clear is that where the appellants proposed, where the trust proposed to carry out works, there is current accessibility to the lower ground level from where they would be doing their initial extraction. Can we agree that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes.
But I mean, there is a danger of me being pushed too far on this because I don't know the types of equipment used, and it may well be that the drilling is required because, as is indicated in the ARUP section, the drilling is going to be done from the higher level and down, it's assumed, rather than from the lower level because presumably of restrictions because of the vaults and the proximity of the piers one to another themselves, which one can see on page 59 of my report. So, I mean, I think it's very difficult to provide a clear and definite answer to your question, sir, based on one paragraph in a letter, given the complexity of what one can see in the plan.
Well, what we can agree is that at least appear to be some alternative rock clearing or rock removal techniques which appear to be appropriate in sensitive locations. And it's not just one, it appears to be a range of options, doesn't there, in that paragraph that are put forward?
Yes, it does put forward.
Yeah. And at the back of that document, we get another updated position paper from our updated the 5th of November 2015, heading Rock Excavation Methodology Revision A. Have you seen that document before?
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to answer your question as best I can in relation to... I'm just looking at the... going back to section of CD122 that you took me to, which shows the section through the area that Appeal Scheme 1 is due to remove. And if I compare that with the section that ARUP is showing in their response in June 2017, there is only one level of depth in the Scheme 1, Appeal Scheme 1, where there seem to be two levels of depth in the Murphy scheme.
Okay.
So it appears to be a deeper excavation, which may explain why different equipment is being used.
If we keep going, I'm looking at there's a document behind that, immediately behind that, which is headed 5th November 2015 ARUP.
This is 333?
It's still 332 at the back of the document. Is there another document?
No, I've just got one page.
Well, mine's got one stapled behind it, heading the 5th of November.
No, I'm afraid
I've not got that one either. Is that a new document or?
No, it bears to be another memorandum from ARUP dated the 5th of November 2015. And it's a 3-page document. And I'd had it copied and it was found its way into a file with this document. It can only relate to the first scheme. So I think it must have been... I don't think I'm making it up, as it were. It must be a document before this inquiry.
Can anybody help with that location?
Well, we don't have it, sir, within that document reference number. partly does the witness, sir?
Well, as I say, it's a memo, and it's got things that I think might be quite helpful to the reporters.
Well, the first thing we'll try and do is establish whether it is a document that's just in the wrong place, and if it isn't, whether we then need it. Could you show it to Mr. Steele?
Yeah. It's dated the 5th of November 2015.
Proceeds, everyone.
And it would probably have been in this section of documents, in the sense of it being an additional material probably submitted to the council. So slightly.
So if this, if my friend wishes to persist with this, obviously I'd like to see it. We certainly don't have it within that document reference, and we're not aware of it. So this may take a few minutes.
If it has to, it has to. Let's try and find out where it comes from, what it is, and if it's important to us.
Sir, I note that that document has indeed got 332. I think that's on Mr. Innes's handwriting on it, but we do not appear to have it. That's all I can say. I note it's a document from Arab in any event, and how much help you think the witnesses can give the inquiry on an Arab document that he's never seen before, sir, is up to you. But clearly this is, at the moment it appears, a completely new document. Where it's come from, I don't know. I stand to be corrected. There's a lot of paperwork. It may have been under the wrong reference, but at this moment we do not know of it.
Okay. Document 332 is an appellant's document. That's right, isn't it? Is that right? Have I got that right? Yes.
Yes, sir. I'll just get
Core
it.
document, but it's something supplied by the appellant.
That is a letter from Arab, sir, 13th November 2015 to Carla Parks at the council.
I'm just wondering who submitted that document, who put forward that document. I know it's a core document, but
Well, I would imagine, I don't know this, but I would imagine it would have perhaps come from us. So that's the letter that...
The only reason I'm asking is because that would be the first person to ask whether that should be longer than it is.
Well, no, that letter I think is self-contained, sir, and that's
Yes.
a letter we've already been through with this witness.
Yes, it wouldn't be the
What
first time to...
Mr. Innes is
letters have been
referring
in
to
one
is
document.
something completely different altogether.
Okay.
I'm just reminded, or just told, one or other, that there's no attachments to that letter, so it's
Yeah.
not as if it attaches another letter.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Innes, are you able to
I
help
can
with
probably
any more?
seek to try and find it, and I'm not going to put it to the witness. And the only reason why I think it might be relevant to you, and why I think it should be found, is that it deals with rock blasting, it deals with chemical rock breaking, and says examples of both techniques and their application in city centre and historic environments can be provided. Now, you may not place great weight on that, but I think it is potentially relevant. So I'm happy to move on, because it's a matter I can make in submission, but I don't want it held against me that I didn't put it to Mr. Taverner.
I understand that
Yeah,
point. If
Professor
you
Taverner.
want, happy to move on, but if you want time just to try and find it, we can have that too, or we can, as you say, deal with it in submissions if you're happy to leave it to that. How much longer do you have? Do you have many more questions?
Hearing that, sir, I don't think the microphone's on.
I've not got a vast quantity. What I think we should do is, quite frankly, in the context of, I've made reference to that document. If we kind of can't find it, if it's part of the appeal documents, I can make reference to it in my closing submission. It wasn't for a detailed, it was for one point and one point only. about its use of these techniques
Okay.
being successful. So
All right,
I'm
thank
quite
you.
happy to move on.
Thank you very much.
Yes, before we leave engineering issues that have arisen because of the reference to the ARIT reports, could you, Professor Taverner, give me an explanation of the difference between a curved beam and an arch?
Well, a beam is something which is supported by two verticals, posts. An arch is that which spreads its load in a curved formation out to the edges.
So it's right to say there is a difference between a curved beam and an arch. Equally, what is the concept of thrust, and which does it relate to?
There is downward thrust and outward thrust.
Indeed.
Outward thrust will relate to an arch, and downward thrust
Okay. Now, in terms of your inquiry report, you say that you're unaware of any other buildings having the level of intervention underneath them as that proposed by the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals for the Royal High School. Yeah. Are you aware of work undertaken at the National Museum? Did it involve substantial excavation and support of facades, etc., during the construction work?
There are images taken, I believe, from that.
Yeah.
Reports, which I don't know more detail.
Right.
And I know it sits over a railway line, so I think it's a very different situation.
And insofar as the National Galleries are concerned, has space been excavated? Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Let's start again.
Yes.
A lot easier. Cut.
Cut, yes. Rewind. The National Museum of Scotland on Scotland Street, sorry. I don't know what the ground conditions are there, but I don't know that they are basalt. The National Galleries are sitting over a railway line. But again, Mr. Gibb would have been able to answer that question better as he's worked on both.
But both of them involved substantial, well, National Galleries have already had work and there's further work proposed below ground level. Both of them have had substantial works undertaken below ground level and they've been successfully managed.
Well, yes. I mean, with no disrespect to anyone present, I understand the costs have escalated on the National Gallery of Scotland, and I think that's partly to do with the foundations.
I now want to just briefly discuss with you a couple of additional matters. You pass comment on Mr. Murphy's design, and one of the issues you raise is the use of stone.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm just going to put to you that when the design criteria changed in relation to looking at making bolder and more interventions in the historic environment, making sure that the new development was seen as different and not part of the old, to draw the differentiation is very much part of that process, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it relates to form as well, and actually how that relationship is put one to the other.
Because you see, on one hand, you can use something like different materials to draw the contrast, and that would be potentially use of glass and steel and others that tend to contrast very strongly. But equally, through design, you can make it perfectly clear that your new building, whilst using stone, is not in any way seeking to replicate or copy the architectural design of the building to which it's located close to.
Yes, no, I agree with that. But my concern, as I state in my evidence, is that the forms are taken from the octagonal spaces of the Hamilton building, and the combination of stone, glass, and zinc roofs actually, and the very close proximity, particularly along the northern elevation, I believe would detract from the setting and appreciation of the Grade A listed building.
And in terms of conservation areas, are you aware of the design guidance that City of Edinburgh Council have given in relation to the utilisation of stone?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And it's very supportive of the use of stone in conservation areas, isn't it?
No, that principle is a good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's contained in CD 475.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you have your inquiry report available, Professor Taverner? I just want to, just a couple of points I want to raise in relation to that. And the first is at 524, please.
Yes.
In this particular section of your report, you're making commentary about a future scenario whereby the music school seeks to expand its student numbers to beyond 120.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, can we be clear that, to start off with, that essentially the school currently has a rule about 80, and what was proposed, therefore, is a 50% increase in the number of pupils arising from the newly designed school?
If you say so,
Yeah.
yes, I accept that.
Would you be in a position to comment about essentially how many children are likely to meet the standards in a Scottish context of a specialist music school?
No.
So therefore, against this matter, you're not suggesting, are you, that it's inevitable that the school would have to expand beyond 120 pupils, is it?
It's not inevitable, no. I mean, it depends. But, I mean, it's understanding what flexibility there would be for the future should they decide to.
Would it be fair, though, in terms of the Royal High School, the Trust proposals, if we'd come forward with a scheme that had accommodation only for 80 school children, and also had not proposed leading facilities for a performance space, and actually the level of development would have been far less, there would have been limited interventions, and the scheme would have been had, in your view, a lesser impact on the cultural heritage, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that, far from coming forward with a scheme that lacked the ambition of a national music school, that the school did seek, through their proposals, to achieve that with a 50% increase in pupils?
Yes.
And equally ambitious is the performance space within the main assembly hall, isn't it?
Equally ambitious in what sense?
Well, if you look at the design and what they're proposing and seeking to ensure that there's maximum flexibility and that can be used by all sorts of musical performance, they haven't chosen the cheapest option. They've chosen an ambitious option which seeks to maximise that flexibility, doesn't it?
I don't know.
And equally, to understand how performance space works, that is the direct need for an effective and appropriate entrance foyer and essentially ancillary space. Is that something which, again, you have any substantive expertise of?
No.
No. So, in some respects, why is this bit of in your statement at all?
It's a question about, one of the considerations in terms of sustainability is the long-term future of any building. Mm-hmm. And given the past experience with the Royal High School, where it outgrew the Hamilton accommodation because it was fairly restrictive in its layout and what could be provided around it. It was, I thought, an obvious question to ask in terms of a music school.
Would you consider that if the music school incorporated outstanding performance space, that might lead to its longer-term sustainability?
If it's economically viable, which is beyond my scope.
Now, at paragraph 5.23, you do go into economic matters, Professor Taverner, don't you? At the bottom,
well, only in the sense that I saw the as I put it, promissory note, which said that there was support from the Dunard, but they also invite long-term support from other benefactors. For the, yes, I mean that's. I'm just reading what I saw in that letter, or restating.
but how is this? You're trying to draw a comparison on sustainability, aren't you, of the end uses, isn't it?
Well, it's an observation. It's not going in, obviously into any technical detail, and that's obviously will be covered by others subsequently. But all I'm doing is asking a question about the reliance on such a potentially very expensive construction works on a letter like that.
Okay.
It just seems slight in my experience.
Okay. You're saying it's slight. Have you had the opportunity to read the precognition of Mr. Liddell?
I had the opportunity, but I haven't read it.
Yeah. And equally, are you aware of Dunard Fund's standing in supporting arts projects within Scotland?
They are very generous, and they seem to have a lot of projects on, yes.
Yeah. And insofar as they have projects such as supporting Impact, which is another new performance centre in Scotland promoting new musical performance, that Mr. Liddell's evidence is very carefully formulated to confirm exactly what Dunard Fund have committed to.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't read that.
Okay. But why would you use terms like the Dunard letter being no more than a short-term promissory note? Does that not have a dismissive overtone to it, Professor Taverner?
Yes, perhaps it does, but that was just the way it read to me, and I haven't gone further than saying that, but I'm just recording the note that I saw and my reaction to it.
Or, if we were perhaps adopting a more balanced view, the alternative might read, I note that Dunard Fund, a highly respected charity with extensive experience in supporting the arts in Scotland, is supporting the alternative proposal to deliver a national music school. That would have a slightly different tone to it, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
But that's not the tone that suits your particular client's case, is it?
This wasn't written for my client's benefit. It was entirely my document.
And equally, if you'd perhaps investigated the Dunard Fund a bit more, you might have understood why the comment was made about other people participating in the Royal High School Preservation Trust. At the end of the day, is that not the Dunard Fund does not need to go to the public to raise funds. It raises its funds elsewhere, and it seeks, in partnership with other organisations, to help deliver better outcomes for those that it supports. Is that not actually a very positive thing, that it doesn't seek to essentially only support things that it controls, that it's prepared to join in partnership with other organisations?
Yes, I'm sure a collaborative approach is always a good one, although obviously you have to rely on the ability of others, people, to pay when you want them to. But my point is simply, I think their letter in support of a scheme like this, with all the unknowns attached to it in terms of excavation and so on, could have been more positive and simply said, we have the full means to support this project.
Well, if you'd read the precognitions, you might have seen that. But just putting that to one side, if you were being balanced, Professor Taverner, you would have read information that effectively your own side had estimated the cost of the Royal High School to be 26 to 30 billion, whereas the Royal High School had trusted and had believed that it was in excess of 35 million. So it's not as if the Trust is not being unrealistic about the costs that are likely to be incurred in this particular matter, is it?
No, but I mean, to be fair to me, I mean, this was written as my inquiry report, and the precognition that you're referring to followed it, so I wouldn't have had access to this information anyway.
I think you'll find that the funding was also submitted at an earlier stage, and that will be the letter of objection. So I don't want to quibble on those particular matters, Mr. Taverner. Equally, if you've raised concerns about engineering risks.
Yes.
One of the issues about that in a commercial sense, and I presume that many of the projects that you work on are commercially driven.
Oh, they are all commercially driven, yes.
And one of the points about a commercially driven project is that generally once the spade goes into the ground or the digger arrives on site, that effectively capital costs will have been paid, costs are being incurred on an ongoing basis, and that all tends to impact on the return to the developer.
Yes.
Would you accept?
I do wonder whether this is the witness for these questions. The economic session is later, and the Professor has been very good in trying to answer many questions of a structural engineering nature, but I do wonder if this is perhaps going a bit too far.
It's directly relevant to a structural engineering issue. That is the whole point, which I'm going to.
Carry on for the moment.
Because, you see, Professor Taverner, if, for example, that the works underneath the Royal High Building in relation to Royal High School Preservation Trust have to be done in an exemplary manner and it takes time, there's no return on capital that's required for that type of development of a project, is it? Because we don't have a profit master that has to be paid.
I presume not, but I'm not the expert.
So in carrying out such works, there come an advantage that we're dealing with a sensitive building that has been undertaken by a party who does not seek profit, but seeks the quality of outcome, and that's a positive advantage of this potentially being delivered through this model.
Well, as I say, it's not my area, but all I know is the number of fingers that have been burnt by people excavating, and in this particular situation, obviously there are risks, very high risks attached, and there may well be a point, I mean, even structures like the Garden Bridge in London, the costs multiply to such an extent that people withdraw. So yes, that's all I'm saying is it's a question mark that I think needs to be clearly defined. But if you say that that's what your witness will be doing, then that will be examined subsequently.
Thank you very much, Professor Taverner. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. The reporters have no questions for you.
Thank you.
So I'll hand you back to Mr. Steele for re-examination.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon.
Sorry, excuse me.
Oh. I am so sorry. It's partly the column. My apologies. Do you have any questions, Nima?
I have a couple of quite simple
Please,
questions, please, Professor Taverner. We enjoyed the walk, the kinetic experience, but once again, we walked west. We didn't turn round and walk east to see the east wing. Why was that?
Well, I'm sorry, I thought I'd explained that. I mean, there were two approaches to the building, was how it was described as, and one was up Carton, up Regent Road, and the other down from Waterloo Place. So that was, there was nothing other, there was no ulterior concern than that.
Because this is a planned two-wing building.
Yes.
But we only ever really hear about the west. And yet the east side, the east wing in the second scheme, is significantly bigger and much closer to the first heritage receptor, which is one Regent Terrace and the terrace of 40 buildings. And yet we didn't get a chance to properly look at it at all. And as many people walk down the hill as walk up.
Yes, that's true. Yes, I'm sorry, we didn't produce that. I didn't ask for that. I didn't. I thought there were sufficient CGIs to show that experience. As I say, the main purpose of those animations was to get across the picturesque quality and character of the experience.
So you regard the east side as not picturesque?
No, it's set back from the road up the bank, and there is vegetation, obviously, in its foreground, so its visibility is less from the images that I've seen from CGIs going in the other direction.
But also, in Scheme 2, well, the entrances, the service entrances, are both on that aspect,
Yes.
which is quite an important fundamental for both buildings, and yet they've been missed out as well. This is going to be the main service entrance for a large hotel with conference facilities, and yet we didn't get a chance to look at that either. Do you think the east side is less interesting?
No, not at all. It's a lot of focus and interest has been focused, however, on the West Wing by others who are critical of the scheme in terms of its relationship to Carlton Hill and St Andrew's House, and its relationship to the views out from Waterloo Place going along in front of St Andrew's House. No, I mean, if anything, my understanding of the East Wing in both schemes is that it will appear more recessive. It's not something that one moves around in the same way. It's set back and up the hill from the road, up the bank from the road, which is landscaped, and therefore less visible. It's nothing to do with it being less interesting.
Well, in Scheme 2, it's much more visible because it's much, much closer to the boundary wall. And on that aspect, it's not just the closeness of the east boundary wall and what will be the new block to the gable end of 1 Regent Terrace. It's also the continuation of the terrace that it's built on into Regent Terrace and the view down Stevenson's Regent Road. It's actually quite an important aspect to part of the original design methodology, is it not? I mean, surely, should the reporters have heard a little bit more about the East Mass building, potentially?
From me or other witnesses?
From everybody, but I'm asking you if you should perhaps have covered it with a little more detail.
Well, I didn't. I thought I'd given it enough coverage in terms of the notional balancing of the wings in relation to longer distant views and so on. I accept what you're saying about its proximity to Regent Terrace, but the building has been shaped to create a softer edge, even though it may be, although it is closer than Scheme 1. I don't. I mean, from my own point of view, in terms of design and experience, I don't feel that I necessarily should have said more about it, but I apologise if you feel that I've not given more information.
Thank you, Professor Taverner.
Thank you, Ms Nimmo. Apologies again for skipping past you. Mr Steele.
Thank you, sir. Professor, could we go, please, to your inquiry report at page 59?
Yes.
And do we there see a comparison between the excavation slash downtakings slash demolition as between one of our schemes, Appeal Scheme 1, and the Trust proposals?
Yes.
Is there any comparison there with Appeal Scheme 2?
No, the Appeal Scheme 2 appears later in the document, which is page 72.
And in relation to Appeal Scheme 2, is there any rock extraction or any significant rock extraction or excavation involved in that at all?
None.
Well, so far let me just address the off-stage whisper, which wasn't a whisper, unfortunately. So far as the Hamilton building itself is concerned?
None.
None. We note, of course, from Mr McIntosh, that the garage may involve some such work. Is that the position?
Well, that's shown in the drawing below, the downtakings drawing above, I believe, in terms of the
Is there in fact a servicing garage in Scheme 2 at all, if that was the purpose of the off-stage whisper?
I'm hearing whispers everywhere.
Yes.
Let me put it directly, Professor. So far as Scheme 2 is concerned, is there any service vehicular access or garage that may require excavation?
My understanding is that all the deliveries are on the street and taken through a door into the building.
Yeah. So if we can go back then to my original question, so far as Scheme 2 is concerned, are there any significant downtakings, excavations or rock extraction involved in Scheme 2?
No.
Now, so far as Scheme 1 is concerned, can I take you back to page 59?
Yes.
Just take this very, very broadly. In terms of comparison with the amount of rock excavation or demolitions that are involved, how would you rate one against other?
Well, in terms of the temple building and the northern part of the temple building, the area that's shaded in with diagonal red lines on the Richard Murphy scheme, and the scheme 1, there is a similar area, as I understand it, which is being demolished. The big difference is really to do with the much deeper downward slope to the south underneath the southern half of the portico and in the vaulted area.
And what weight do you attach to the demolition works underneath the portico, Professor?
Well, I think those are the ones that, although I'm not an engineer, I think one has to be most concerned about, because I believe that there is a railway line beneath, and that you've got the huge weight of that portico, solid masonry portico above that area, whereas the area to the north has simple boundary walls and clear spans onto those walls with roof structures of a much lesser weight.
Sorry. Let me take you back to your preferred topic, so to speak, architecture and the like. What will be the consequences of the demolitions or removals that we see in the Trust scheme so far as the historic fabric is concerned?
It will be removed, and clearly this was a big concern for Historic Scotland when it was proposed in relation to Scheme 1, an earlier version of Scheme 1 initially. The historic character and quality of those lower spaces will be lost forever.
And just to orientate me, are these the arches and stone nooks and crannies that are underneath the portico and slightly north of that?
Yes, they are, but it's also the area which perhaps the downtakings drawing doesn't show very clearly here. It's the area south of those where there is a proposal to not only remove the front face to provide an entrance.
Sorry to interrupt the Professor, but I don't remember, I may not have been paying too much attention, I don't taking the Professor to the question of the impact on the historic fabric of the Royal High School Preservation Trust's openings. I do remember lots about 11 metres and 8.5, although I wasn't paying full attention, I accept, but it does seem that Mr Steele may be raising issues that weren't tackled in cross, but I'm entirely in your hands.
So this is highly unusual. I normally expect Mr Innes to be jumping in to object to my questions when it relates to his cross-examination, so this arises directly out of cross-examination.
That's how I recall it, that this matter was discussed, so carry on, please.
Great, sir. Thank you.
Yes, so to continue. So in addition to the 8.5 metre opening into that wall, the area immediately south of that will also be excavated to create steps up towards the south and to a platform there. So really there is if one extended in a sense of reading that is shown to the northern elements of the plan.
Could we go to CD 721 for a little more detail of this, please, Professor? And could you also have with you the scale rule which you had earlier?
I'm afraid I borrowed yours, I think. Thank you.
Now, do you have 721?
Not yet. Thank you.
And, just so I can be clear about this, Professor, could we look at this moving south to north to see what this shows us? The first thing that's coloured red, which is a downtaking or demolition, is a structure at scales at 1 to 250 at about 5.5 metres or so. Is that correct?
Yes, I've got it at 6 metres, but yes.
For the purposes of this afternoon, let's not quibble about half a metre or so.
Yeah.
If we then move further north, do we then get to an area that's red that's about 8.5 metres or thereby?
Yes, and there are 2 nibs and stairs immediately before those as well, which are also red.
Apologies, I'd missed that. Quite right, thank you. Moving further north again, do we then get to another demolition of in 2 or 3 or 4 sections, the effect of which is an opening of about 8.5 metres again?
Yes, and that includes the removal of 2 huge piers supporting vaults, which are immediately behind the opening in the wall.
And if I then go north again, do we then take out an area which scales at about
13 metres, I have
13, maybe 14, well,
yeah, I have it as
whichever
13,
it is, 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Is that so?
I have it as 13.
And
yes.
if I move further north again, do we have, again, a demolition of whether it's 13 or 14 metres, perhaps doesn't matter too much. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Right. Could we go from there, please, to the design and access statement and the structural CD 563
Yes.
and the structural engineering section and the page heading permanent work?
Yes.
Now, you'll have to help me because I'm a lawyer and don't understand these things, Professor. But if we read the first section under the heading permanent work down to temporary work, do we see there that the preferred option for effecting these slappings or demolitions will be to secure the position by a goalpost arrangement?
Yes.
Now, can you help me? Will the goalposts be inside or outside the width of the opening? The eventual opening, that is.
They, as can be seen in the bottom left photograph, they are placed outside the opening and straddle through with beams here, eye sections running through to the next supports within.
These, I think, may be the temporary works, if it's the bottom left photograph you're talking about, Professor.
Oh, sorry, the goalposts are figure 2, yes.
I'm talking about the permanent arrangements, which, correct me if I've got this wrong, which will be goalposts. Is that right, or is that wrong?
Yes, so that's yes. I'm not a specialist in this area.
No, and nor am I. I'm just trying to understand this.
That is what is labelled goalposts, yes.
And if the goalposts are to be outside the widths required for the eventual opening, what does that say as to the width of the opening that will be required to insert the goal posts in?
Well, within the piers either side of the opening, there would have to be a hollowing out to take a goal post to be incorporated within it.
Now, to look back at the drawing, the number of which escapes me at the moment, 721, I'm sorry, there are at least 4, is it 3 or is it 4 wall demolitions that we've just been through?
Yes.
Does that seem or does that not seem to indicate 3 or 4 sets of goalposts?
I don't know. I mean, I would have thought that there was a goalpost arrangement between the opening, the 8.5 metre opening, which we went to first of all, and then those large piers immediately to the north. So I think that area there would contain the goalposts. And from what I remember of the section through Richard Murphy's drawing of the new foyer, I think that was the area that was being supported.
And so far as the crossbar of the goalpost is concerned, do we get any information about that from the first 2 lines under the heading permanent work? Dimensions of the crossbar.
So what, you mean the key consideration on the sizing of the beams?
No, for clear span of 11 metres, etc.
Oh, sorry, I see.
What does it say about the structural beam?
A structural beam depth of approximately 800 metres is likely to be required.
Now, in old money, that's what size is that in old money?
Well, it's just under 3 foot.
Right. So it'll be a 3-foot beam, which we know is to be exposed as the crossbar to support.
Yes.
Could I take you back, please, to the heading temporary work, 4 lines down, and could you read out that sentence, please, beginning a certain amount?
A certain amount of the masonry facade above the new openings will need to be reconstructed once the new support structure is in place.
What do you understand by that, Professor?
Well, it's to provide a facing, because the beam is being inserted in there 300 feet, sorry, 3 feet deep. It will be faced in stone and to help marry it with the visible structure above. That's what it's talking about, reconstructing once the new support is in place.
How does that or does that not sit with the notion of retention of the historic fabric?
Well, I presume it would be possible to use the stone which is cut out from beneath that surface and therefore reuse it, but it's certainly not stone that was in that position before, and also it's likely that its appearance will be slightly different.
I will not ask you about the risk in doing all of this because you're not a structural engineer.
Thank you.
Professor. I will, however, ask you please to turn to the section about rock excavation because you were asked questions about that. And if you could look at the second page dealing with rock excavation, just above the heading where there's a new paragraph, monitoring.
Yes.
And could you read out the first sentence of that, all the above methods? Could you read that sentence, please?
All the above methods will involve pre-drilling of pilot holes into the rock mass in a predetermined pattern, which allows control of the sections of rock to be effected. The excavations in some areas will require works below and around the existing footing lines. The methods chosen will be dependent on the natural characteristics of the rock encountered and the existing footing levels.
Now, Professor, neither thee nor me are structural engineers nor rock blasters, but does it appear to you as an architect that it's likely that the pilot holes will be drilled by hand with the likes of a Black & Decker drill, or do you think it's possible that it might require some heavier equipment of the type indicated by our mutual structural engineers?
I think the the Arup section, which shows that...
I object to the question. There's no evidence at all before this inquiry at the current time that any of these documents have been prepared by a structural engineer. I therefore object to the premise of the question. And no doubt Mr. Steele can lead from another witness whether or not a structural engineer was involved in the preparation of these documents. But I have assiduously asked witness after witness as to who prepared these documents, and the wall of silence has been deafening. And therefore, I don't think it's right that on the basis of an anonymous document that bears to be authored by nobody, that Mr. Steele can proceed on the assumption that it's been drafted by a structural engineer.
Let me save time, sir. Let me rephrase the question this way, Professor. Do you think it likely, or more likely, that this will be done by the proverbial Black & Decker drill, or by heavier equipment of the type shown on correspondence headed by Arabs?
Well, given the nature of the material to be drilled into basalt, which is extremely hard, it would take very heavy and large equipment to drill into it. And
so the Black & Decker is unlikely, is it?
I wouldn't use mine for it, no.
Again, that's a completely leading question, and I think I do object to this series of questions which essentially are answer yes or no with an answer to be expected. I mean, the non-leading question is, what equipment would you know would be used? And the witness could answer. But the way in which this is being put is, I would suggest, leading and wrong.
Well, I agree with you, it's leading questions. I'm also wondering as to the relevance of it when we haven't got an engineer, we've got an architect. But can you help with Mr. Steele?
I'll address that, sir, at a later stage and or in closing submissions.
Thank you.
Mr. Professor, could I take you back, please, to 186? And it is the document from Arabs which was put to you.
Yes.
And in particular, the sheet 2 of 2, figure 1. I think it was being suggested to you, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but my understanding was it was being suggested to you there was something wrong about what was said at the bottom figure of figure 1. Do you have that?
These are the two sections through the Hamilton building, yes.
And I think the exception was being taken to the use of the word width of the wall to be removed beneath the portico, stairs and structures, etc., and there was an area hatched red. Do you have that? Have you got that?
Yes, I do.
Right. Now, given what we've just looked at on the drawing CD 721 with a scale rule, do you think that is a fair or an unfair representation of the position?
Yes, I think in both sections correspond with what one can understand from CD 721 and the previous section that we were looking at running the other way.
Thank you. Now, Professor, you were asked questions, several questions about retaining walls and the effect of excavation work, particularly, I think, to the east wing, as I have it noted. Could you just confirm what is your position in relation to that?
Well, the excavations in relation to the east wing are within the playground area and therefore don't affect the Hamilton building directly. There is some attachment to the pavilion, the East Pavilion, but that's immediately adjacent to it, and obviously care would need to be taken there, but the majority of the excavation is free of the the Hamilton building, apart from also where it joins the east wing.
Thank you. Now, the final topic, if I may, is the question of reversibility. My learned friend Mr. Thompson asked you a number of questions about reversibility. Now, can I just try and take it as briefly as I possibly can? If the two hotel wings, like the St James Centre, in the fullness of time, required to be demolished, may there be consequential issues to be dealt with insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned? Is that fair?
Where the wings connect with the east and west wing of the Hamilton building, there would be consequential work to be done, but generally
and
no.
In relation to one scheme, would that be, or just explain in relation to the scheme that comes in, I've forgotten which one it is now, the scheme that comes in from the north, what's the nature of the intervention that's being made and what would require to be reinstated?
Would it be helpful to have the plans of those, just to be sure? I mean, it would be helpful if we could have the down takings of the scheme 1 and 2 at the relevant level, because essentially that's what has to be put back.
So I think document 211 onwards, I'm reminded, I can find it.
This is being yes, do take those. And yes, this would be at the level of the wings itself. Thank you. I'm sorry, I would have thought the upper ground plan might do it. 214. No.
I think, just to assist, if you look at 214, and if you look at note 12, that may give you an answer.
Existing blind window removed and sills lowered to floor level to form opening. So yes, that's the area in the north elevation of the east and west wings where that link to the east and west wings connects.
So I suppose we could either leave it as a door if this became an issue, or it would involve reinstating it to window height. Is that so?
Yes, so it is a light touch scheme in that sense.
What are you going to do with any other plans? Just that one. To answer that question. My note says you were asked if there are consequential issues if the wings were to be demolished. Is that right?
Indeed, sir. Yes, and I think this follows directly out of the questions put by learned friend Mr. Thompson, and there were two openings to the north. Was the answer? Now just looked at the detail about it, and in the other scheme, there would be entrances from east and west.
Yes.
Just taking the matter very broadly, Professor, would these reversals, if required, to the main Hamilton building be of great significance, or would they simply be light touch?
In my opinion, light touch.
Professor, thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Before Professor Taverner leaves, I've found the document reference. And that is CD 168 B5.
Let me just get that up.
And as that's the environmental statement for Scheme 2, but as you'll see that effectively for Scheme 2, the material in relation to these matters was just replicated, and it appears, I think earlier in cross-examination I'd taken Professor Taverner to CD 019, which was effectively the Royal High Hotel rock excavation methodology, and that was described as 19th August 2015. That was CD 019, and if you see in this new document, it's subject Royal High Hotel rock excavation methodology, open bracket, revision A, close brackets, and you see underneath on the bottom right there's a job reference number which is 23986086800. So what appears to be is that it's an updated version of the indicative rock removal methodology from CD 019 that appears to have been prepared for Scheme 1, but has been used and no doubt was shared with others at that time as part of the application process. And I'm sure the appellants will be able to confirm or whether that's right or not, but has been used subsequently again for Scheme 2 in relation to those aspects in relation to rock treatment. And I think it's not vastly different, but I think questions were posed, and as a consequence, certain elements have been added to this, and included within them are effectively some additional matters, for example, under the chemical rock breaking, underneath the second paragraph there of example of both techniques and their application in city centre and historic environments can be provided. So I'm happy to leave it at that and use it, but I didn't want, having found it, not to bring it to bear before Professor Taverner departs.
So grateful for that. No, not a question you wanted to ask, but
no, I mean, it's not worth it. It's no, I think I have the points made, but I wanted to do that before and not leave it till later.
Thank you for that. Firstly, Professor Taverner, is there anything you wanted to say in response to that? No. Mr. Steele, are you happy to leave it at that?
Indeed, sir. The document's before you, it appears, and Mr. Innes hasn't asked any questions, so
okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much. So you're completed. Thank you.
Is this witness completed, sir?
We'll have a break now until 3:20. Mr. Steele, your next witness.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My next witness is Mr. Gary Mappin, sir. Mr. Mappin, copies of your main proof of evidence, inquiry report and your precognition have been circulated. Could I take you straight to your precognition, please? Could we go to page 5 and could you start reading at paragraph 2.3? And that was with a view to saving time. Is that correct?
Thank you. The special interest of the listed building and the consideration of the associated wider context is comprehensively addressed in the evidence of Mr. Wright, with further commentary and analysis in the evidence of Professor Taverner and Mr. Maskell. The conclusions are that while there will be some limited impact on special interest in setting, there will also be a number of beneficial aspects. They conclude that the proposed development would not have any significantly adverse impacts on key heritage assets, and that, in overall terms, apologies, there's a rogue and coming there, the small number of adverse effects identified will be counterbalanced by beneficial effects. Architectural design quality. The quality of the proposed architectural designs has been presented and reviewed by Mr. Gibb, with additional commentary and analysis from Professors Murray and Taverner. They conclude that both proposals are of the highest architectural quality, that would complement the heritage buildings and setting and make a positive contribution to the overall townscape. Impacts on the listed building. setting and other landscape and heritage receptors is considered in detail in the evidence of Mr Wright, Ms Tweedy, Mr Van Grieken, Professor Taverner and Mr Maskell. They conclude that the proposals would complement the heritage buildings and setting and make a positive contribution to the overall townscape. The RHSPT proposals. Comments on the approved RHSPT scheme were submitted as appendices to the Scheme 2 planning statement and supplemented by later reports by Arup and Cushman and Wakefield. Further commentary set out in my inquiry report and in the evidence of Mr Wright and Professor Taverner. Mr Collins of Cushman and Wakefield also provides evidence in this respect. The alleged alternative proposal has been pursued in order to have the appellant's proposals rejected. There's no evidence of any agreements between the RHSPT and St Mary's Music School. There is no detailed business case or evidence of funding available for review. The appellant's professional team have considered the music school proposals and recorded various concerns in relation to design, impact on the special interest of a listed building, and the overall economic and business case. The RHSPT proposal would not offer the level, offer the levels of public access achieved by the hotel. Policy and guidance. The original CEC competition was based on an approved 2008 CEC development brief. The developers were selected on the basis of delivering a commercial hotel proposal. The brief required that any detailed proposal should preserve views of the former Royal High School and also respect the views from the site, noting that the reuse of existing buildings and the scope for new development is to be explored. The proposals have been developed within the parameters set out in the brief. In terms of relevant policy and guidance, the proposals would not lead to any significantly adverse impact on the integrity of key heritage assets in compliance with Policy 1B in the approved Strategic Development Plan. The adopted Edinburgh Local Development Plan contains policies that seek to balance competing priorities in terms of realising economic potential with the protection of the city's built and natural heritage. This is to be expected in a city that has to regularly strike a balance between conservation and continued support for economic growth. The policies are designed to help manage change in the city environment. They are not drafted to establish a precautionary approach to new development in the city or suggest that there is to be an embargo on development that could involve change to listed buildings and the wider townscape. The principle of hotel use is supported in this location by both the LDP and the 2008 development brief. The various LDP policies on design are addressed. Adopting the evidence of the appellant's experts confirms compliance with these policies. Matters of amenity and detailed considerations are generally not matters in dispute. Separate evidence has been submitted to address concerns over reduced sunlight in the garden of a neighbouring property by the Scheme 2 proposal. The proposals would deliver benefits to the surrounding local environment. The LDP policies address a need to safeguard the essence of the World Heritage Site designation, the impact on listed buildings and their setting, development and conservation areas, and the impact on designated landscape features. These have all been considered in detail by the appellant's professional team. The expert evidence presented again confirms overall compliance with these policies. The terms of the 2016 Historic Environment Scotland Policy Statement have been fully considered in expert evidence. The additional guidance and best practice in the HES Managing Change series documents and other good practice guidance from HES have been fully considered by the appellant's team. The overall conclusions of the heritage assessment work and further evidence presented by the appellant's team is that while there are some elements of the two proposals that would result in a negative impact in certain respects, the schemes are beneficial in other respects and would deliver significant economic and community benefits. Scottish Planning Policy 2014 seeks to enable positive change in the historic environment to ensure the future use of heritage assets. The proposed hotel development would provide a long-term sustainable use for the principal Hamilton building after 50 years of vacancy and neglect. Other than in relation to matters of visual impact and heritage, there are no environmental matters in dispute. The Planning Authority's Roads Department was satisfied with both proposals. The design approach taken for both schemes was supported by Architecture and Design Scotland. While there was a significant body of objections to the applications, there was also significant public interest in and support for both sets of proposals. This was clear from the public surveys carried out by an independent research company, which across both applications constituted the largest sample of public opinion for any planning proposal in Scotland. The results were clear and presented to the Council, but were given no recognition in the decision-making process. Summary and conclusions. There were 12 reasons for refusal of the 2017 planning application. These effectively repeat the terms of the 2015 refusal, noting the subsequent adoption of the LDP, albeit with an additional 12th reason for refusal. Addressing the reasons for refusal provides a summary of the appellant's case overall. Number one, the detailed evidence submitted to the applications and appeals demonstrates that the proposals would not harm the outstanding universal of the World Heritage Site and would in some respects enhance it. A small number of adverse effects identified will be counterbalanced by beneficial effects. The proposed demolition is fully justified as the demonstrable economic and wider community benefits would outweigh the impact on buildings of lesser merit. Setting issues have been comprehensively addressed. The proposals are of the highest architectural merit and will make a positive contribution. Impacts on setting have been minimised and would not be significantly adverse. The small number of adverse effects identified will be counterbalanced by beneficial effects. The proposals would enhance the principal listed building and any impacts on the building are minimised. 5, that the impact on the wider landscape and specific features is not unusual in an urban setting and would be minimal in any case. 6, there would be no significant adverse impact overall on landscape features of acknowledged importance. 7, the original proposals were commended in terms of architectural approach. The design of both schemes responds to the carefully understood context, would make a positive contribution to the surrounding area and would have no significant adverse impact on heritage assets. Small number of adverse effects identified will be counterbalanced by beneficial effects. The text in number 8 repeats that as it essentially addresses similar issues. Number 9, the proposals respect the prevailing building height and cannot be considered tall buildings that impact negatively on the skyline. Key views and other townscape views have been assessed and there would be limited impact on these. It's been demonstrated in separate submissions there would be no material loss of sunlight provision to the neighbouring property. Number 11, the character and appearance of the area as well as key views has been fully appreciated and assessed. The proposals would bring a building back into long-term use after 50 years, contributing to the activity, safety and security of the area. The design is well considered and of the highest quality, respectful of the context. The use as a hotel has never been disputed and the developers were appointed on the basis of delivering that use. The proposals conform with the 2008 development brief. The impact on character and setting of the conservation area has been comprehensively assessed. All identified views have been analysed and there would be no overall negative impact. There were 4 reasons for refusal of the 2017 listed building consent application, which I comment on below. The design of the proposals and the impact on heritage assets has been comprehensively explored and assessed. The impact on special character of the principal listed building has been minimised and would be acceptable, while still ensuring that the proposals are viable to bring the building back into long-term sustainable use. 2, the understanding of the principal listed buildings and their setting is a matter of dispute between the appellant's team, CEC and consultees. The appellant's proposals are based on a robust and credible understanding of the site and buildings. Number 3, the planning applications at appeal should be supported in terms of the development plan and other material considerations. The proposals are justified in design terms and because of their significant economic benefit, which should be regarded as of regional and national importance. This is in accordance with the HESPs and the LDP. The design has been fully considered in relation to scale, mass, layout and form based on a comprehensive understanding of the historic and physical context, and the proposals entirely respect the principal listed buildings. The proposed development of the former Royal High School would provide Edinburgh and Scotland with a quality of hotel not previously seen. History of the property and the planning, design and heritage considerations have been thoroughly researched and considered by the appellants. The building has not been beneficially occupied since its closure as a school in 1968. Successive owners have been unable to identify a viable long-term use for the buildings. There have been a number of short-term transient occupiers. The developer competition in 2009 responded to these challenges by requiring a commercially sustainable proposal for the property. This resulted in the appointment of developers who have identified a credible and viable use for the site and principal buildings. In bringing forward revised proposals, the appellants responded to the terms of the December 2015 decision and the subsequent pre-application consultation exercise. This resulted in significant reduction in the scale of development and the level of intervention in the listed buildings. The original scheme retains planning merit and should also be supported given its architectural quality and enhanced economic benefits. The appellants have presented evidence to confirm that a world-class hotel such as that proposed could not be delivered at another location in the city. The luxury hotel sector is underrepresented in Edinburgh, and attracting such operators will enable the city to compete with others across Europe. There is a clear commitment from the appellants to deliver a world-class hotel development. A world-class hotel operator in Rosewood Hotels remains fully committed to the project. This is not a speculative venture, but a project with a defined path to achieving the significant benefits that the hotel would generate for the city region and Scotland as a whole. Evidence has been presented to confirm that the level of development proposed is the minimum required to make Scheme 2 viable. No other use or combination of uses for the existing buildings with a lesser amount of new development would yield a viable alternative approach. The proposed development would bring significant wider economic benefits, as well as the restoration and reuse of the principal listed school building, would also allow public access for the first time and yield significant community, environmental and cultural benefits. The proposals would have a limited impact on the special interest of the retained listed buildings and will be beneficial in many regards. The original school building and pavilions would be restored and reused. The new elements proposed would be of the highest architectural quality. On balance, the development would make a positive contribution in overall terms to the setting of the retained listed buildings, Calton Hill, the World Heritage Site, other designations and the wider city. The reporters accept expert evidence presented. The proposals accord with the development plan. The National Planning Framework and Scottish Planning Policy are also supportive. The proposals meet the requirements of the Historic Environment Scotland policy. The proposals also support national economic and tourism policy initiatives. No evidence has been produced to demonstrate that the proposal being advanced as an alternative development is deliverable. Notwithstanding, the RHSPT proposal has significant drawbacks in relation to key planning and heritage considerations. Environmental impact of the hotel proposals would be acceptable. There has been significant public interest in and support for the development, and I would ask that the appellant's position on the planning merits is given due consideration and that planning permission and listed building consent is granted on appeal for both schemes.
And if you turn to your rebuttal recognition, please.
Okay. I've reviewed and considered the precognitions submitted for inquiry session 1 by witnesses for the other parties and have comments to make on the submissions by David Leslie, Carla Parks, Ewan McMeekin. Actually, there's a omission there because I also included reference to Julie Waldron and Ruth MacDonald. David Leslie. Mr Leslie's evidence is principally an overview of the Planning Authority's standard process and how he views that it was applied in the case of the two separate sets of applications. There's little reference to his personal role in the process or his professional opinion of the proposals. The reference to the process is incomplete in relation to key aspects and milestones. If relevant, this information should be comprehensive. I note some key omissions below. Mr Leslie notes that his role commenced in November 2012, but there's no reference to the discussions that took place in the period from appointment of Duddingston House Properties in 2009 as preferred developer up to the start of Mr Leslie's involvement. There's no specific acknowledgement that the terms of reference for the initial series of workshops that commenced in mid-2014 was a requirement on the part of DHP under the terms of the contract agreed with the City of Edinburgh Council to deliver a world-class hotel of international standing. Mr Leslie fails to acknowledge that the chairmanship of those initial workshops was agreed by all the principal parties after presentation of a short list of options. Mr Leslie notes that he coordinated internal discussions to ensure that meaningful progress was made at each of the workshops. My recollection is that the Planning Authority's participation at the workshops, along with that of other consultees, was entirely reactive, principally criticising the merging proposals without contributing a significant amount of constructive comments. A key omission made by Mr Leslie is that he fails to acknowledge that his letter of 12 November 2014 was superseded by a note of 8 January 2015, setting out 7 key considerations that the appellant's design team should take into consideration in evolving detailed proposals. This followed a decision by the Council's Chief Executive to extend the series of workshops. Thereafter, further discussions took place in January 2015 and, with the knowledge and agreement of the Planning Department, a proposal of application notice was lodged. The lack of any reference to Mr Leslie's note of 8 January critically ignores the fact that the Planning Authority did not rule out development taking place in what was formerly the west playground of the school. On the planning process, Mr Leslie makes no reference to the numerous changes in personnel of those representing the Planning Authority throughout the consultation process from 2009 and the formal planning application periods since 2015. This runs contrary to the suggestion that the Planning Authority's position has been consistent throughout the process. Mr Leslie puts forward no explanation of why his department departed from standard process in relation to the presentation to the Urban Design Panel. The appellants were originally advised that the proposals would be referred to the Architecture and Design Scotland Design Forum process, which of course subsequently took place. In these circumstances, there is normally no consideration by the Urban Design Panel. However, it was subsequently decided to also report their proposals to the Urban Design Panel without any detailed explanation being provided, and despite this being questioned by the appellants. Mr Leslie makes no reference to the further pre-application workshops that took place in early 2016. Carla Parks. Ms Parks maintains that the economic evidence submitted by the appellants solely focuses on the projected gross economic impact. I'm conscious that this relates to matters
I think we should perhaps leave that to the second session.
I'll read it again then, obviously. Moving on to Julie Waldron, it's acknowledged that no report author attended the meeting referred to in Ms Waldron's recognition at paragraph 5.6.
So just stopping you there, I'm assuming, of course, that Carla Parks is going to return for the second session and deal with her economic section at that stage. I have had a discussion with my learned friend. I understand that is the position, and therefore this should properly be at that stage. At the time this was formulated, we didn't know that. But if Mr Thompson is nodding his head again, so if that's correct, we can leave that till later.
Helpful, thank you.
I'll just start that section again. It's acknowledged that no report author attended the meeting referred to in Ms Waldron's recognition, paragraph 5.6. The appellant does have a note of the meeting taken by the planning consultant who did attend, which was subject to amendment and agreement with the Planning Authority, and no offer to reduce the required number of visualisations is recorded. In any event, the appellant considers it appropriate that both schemes were assessed using the same suite of visualisations. In acquiring new viewpoints for Scheme 2, the Planning Authority has demonstrated an inconsistent approach. Ruth MacDonald. Ms MacDonald makes a number of factual claims about the physical impact of the proposed hotels development and draws comparison with the RHSPT proposals. There appears to have been a misunderstanding of certain aspects of the proposals, and it may assure Ms MacDonald by correcting these. There will be no windows facing directly east in either hotel scheme, and no hotel bedrooms would face the one Regent Terrace private garden. The closest bedroom window affording an oblique view in the direction of the one Regent Terrace gable is over 20 metres from the gable. The privacy considerations were accepted by CEC planning in both committee reports. There would be no kitchen extract air expelled on the east end of the hotel proposal. There would be exhaust air from the heating system, and this would be dealt with through a flue dilution system in accordance with the requirements of CEC environmental requirements, Section 6 of the Building Standards, Technical Standards. The service area proposed on Regent Road is 75 metres from one Regent Terrace.
Mr Mappin, if I may, a couple of additional matters. Firstly, Arup or OVARUP, as I know them, who exactly are Arups?
Arups are a multidisciplinary engineering environmental consultancy based in offices throughout the world.
And in particular, do they have a structural engineering division?
Yes, they do.
And is it your understanding that Arups were commissioned by the clients directly in relation to provision of the information?
That's correct, they were.
And is it your understanding that the reports were prepared or not prepared by suitably qualified individuals?
I had understood that they had been, yes.
In addition, do you understand that it was the product of the work of one individual or a team of suitably qualified individuals?
I understand, given the subject matter covered, it was prepared by a team within Arup.
Thank you. And you'll be able to answer certain questions about that, if appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes, insofar as I can, yes.
Now, on the question of the cultural aspect and areas available, etc., do you have any further, you recollect questions about that several days ago, do you have any additional points to make, Mr Mappin?
Yes. I mean, it's been my understanding that at the core of this proposal from the very outset, and that precedes my involvement in the project, that an arts and culture dimension was at the heart of the proposals. From the original competition bid by Duddingston House Properties, and I think the reference is made at that stage to it being an arts hotel, and the stages that followed thereafter was the extensive process carried out by the appellants to select a hotel operator.
And they eventually selected Rosewood. Do you understand or know the reason, or one particular reason, Rosewood was selected?
Well, I'm sure there are various reasons, but amongst that was Rosewood's commitment as a company to not only this particular type of heritage property, but also its commitment to the arts and culture dimension of its hotels.
And if we look, please, at document CD 344, do we see that illustrated?
Yeah, this is information prepared by Rosewood in relation to their hotel in London, and submitted by us, I believe, in relation to Scheme 1 as an addendum to some further information in relation to the proposed arts and culture strategy.
And whichever scheme it is, does this information hold good and is it relevant?
Yes, I believe it is, because we've made a commitment to ensuring that an integral part of the proposal is making space available for arts and cultural activity.
And did you visit the Rosewood Hotel in London and conduct discussions with the relevant manager or managers there?
Yes, I've visited it on a number of occasions, and including interviewing the senior staff there to understand how this worked in practice at the London Hotel.
And now take you, please, to document 343. And could you look at the second page of that document? Well, firstly, could you identify what this document is? Is this an addendum to the arts and cultural strategy prepared by our mutual client, Duddingston House Properties?
Yes, I believe it's an addendum to the arts and culture strategy submitted with Scheme number 1.
Does it still hold good for Scheme 2?
Yes, it does.
Could you look, please, at the second page of that? 1, 2, 3, at the fourth main paragraph, starting with the hotel's main Hamilton centrepiece building, and can you draw attention to any information that you think from there to the end of the letter that you think is relevant and helpful to an understanding of the position?
I think this really just echoes what I've just said about the commitment that is made generally by Rosewood to arts and culture installations and events, if that's not a very inelegant way of putting it, and specifically the opportunities that would be afforded by the spaces here at the Royal High School if it was converted to a Rosewood hotel.
And in particular, do we see formal concerts could accommodate between 300 and 500 people within the conference space?
That's my understanding, yes.
And it also tells us that the main former assembly area and gallery spaces, along with the octagonal rooms, could easily accommodate up to 500 people at an interactive event.
Again, yes, that's my understanding.
And further down, it refers to paintings, sculptures, bespoke objets d'art being integral to the hotel's internal decor. Is that so?
That's what's proposed, and that was very much what I observed in visiting the Rosewood Hotel in London.
Is this perhaps a rather different concept to any other hotel in Edinburgh presently?
Yes, I believe it would be.
Now, you also mentioned Rosewood's other hotels, heritage properties. Are you aware whether Rosewood has existing hotels in World Heritage sites elsewhere?
Sadly, I haven't had a chance to visit any of them, but I understand that they do have hotels in World Heritage
And these
sites.
are in Tuscany, Amsterdam, Cambodia even, and Mexico, and Vienna.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And in addition, in Paris, are they...
Vienna or Ravenna, Mr. Steele? You were
so
saying.
far, just Vienna.
Good to hear. We'll look out for Ravenna.
Well, let's hope you can look out for Edinburgh. And in addition to which, they also are located in a historic monument in Paris. Is that correct?
Insofar, again, as I understand it, yes, the Crillon in Paris.
I'm tempted to suggest site visits to all of these places, sir, but that may or may not be practical. So are Rosewood well versed in looking after and operating within historic properties and World Heritage sites?
Yes, and as I said, I believe that was a critical consideration in their selection as the preferred hotel operator by the appellant.
And finally, what spaces do you see are available for such cultural or arts or civic purposes within the hotel, obviously?
Principally in the Hamilton building, the entrance foyer area, the octagonal rooms, and thereafter in the link corridors, which I understand have been designed to accommodate artwork, and thereafter there's additional spaces like the ballroom for performance.
The ballroom / conference rooms, which can be split into 3 as required, is that correct?
Yes.
And the Café Oblique Gallery at the extreme west end with its own entrance.
That's correct,
Is that
yes.
correct? And if necessary, you can go to all of this in the plans to demonstrate it further. Yes. Fine, Mr. Mappin, no further questions at this stage.
Before we move on, could I just check whether you can update us on time you might need in cross-examination? Could I ask you first, Mr. Thompson?
I hope about 15 to 20 minutes.
Mr. Mackay?
Very short, if any, sir.
Ms. Coburn?
5 minutes, if that, sir.
I think I'm going to be a little longer, given Mr. Gibb referred to all these questions about hotel servicing to Mr. Mappin, so I'm afraid I might take up to an hour.
Mr. Innes?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
Ms. Nimmo, do you think you will have questions?
Maybe a couple, depending on what's been covered.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
We're not going to get finished today by the sound of it, but we can get started, I think. It'll be sensible. So thank you for that. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Maffin. Could you have before you, please, your report, your inquiry report? And could I ask you to look first, please, at paragraph 1.47. And in the middle of that paragraph, there's a sentence, the CEC position was that there was some scope to introduce new build development on the west playground, but this should be of a modest scale and push back against the existing rear retaining wall and so on. Are you thinking there of CD 383? And perhaps you could have a look at CD 383. While that's being found, it was a document which I think emerged after the refusal of the Scheme 1 application and when there were discussions about how the design might be refined to produce what's come to be Scheme 2.
I have that in front of me.
Yeah.
Yes.
And does this document reflect what you were describing in that sentence in the middle of paragraph 147?
Yes, generally. There was some additional material displayed by the Council at those workshops by way of 3D visualisations, but in essence, it was broadly what's shown here.
Thank you. And I should have asked you at the beginning, I see that you were instructed early in 2014. Did you attend some or all of the workshops leading up to the 2015 application?
I was instructed in early 2014. I did attend, although I think I may have missed one due to summer holidays. But
I'm sure
I
you'll
attended
be
all
forgiven
the
for that. I'm sure you'll be forgiven for that. Could we move on then to paragraph 1.57? Sorry, 59 in your report, where you come to look at the statutory context. And you refer to section 25 of the Principal Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, and then you refer to the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act of the same year, and you say that it further requires that a planning authority, when determining planning applications for development that affects a listed building or its setting, should have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting, or any features of special architectural or historic interest that it possesses. And that, I take it's a clear reference to section 59 of that Act.
I think that's the correct section, yes.
I just wondered why you didn't make any reference at this point to section 64, or the contents of 64, which provides special regard being had in relation to conservation areas.
Yes, it wasn't because I wasn't aware of it. I just didn't mention it in that paragraph. I think later in my inquiry report, the specific reference to conservation areas.
Well, I couldn't help noticing that paragraph 1.59 is remarkably similar to paragraph 1.43 in your planning statement, which is CD 186. The structure content is almost identical. And again, there was no reference to the contents of, or the substance of section 64. Did you anywhere in that document focus attention on the test prescribed, or the particular duty arising from section 64?
I've clearly carried forward the omission from that document to my inquiry report. I believe there will be references later in the planning statement to the relevant requirements to assess the impact on the conservation area. Give me a second to find them.
Well, I don't want to detain you now, but perhaps if you're still giving evidence in the morning, you could give me those references then, please.
I will do.
Thank you. I take it you accept and recognise the importance of Section 64, and that in your role as the planning coordinator for this fairly extensive team of designers and experts, you would be anxious to make sure that they were all addressing the right and the relevant tests.
Yes, that's correct.
A minor point, if I may, if I could ask you to look at paragraph 1.73. Again in your report. And although this might be thought to drift into economic impact, I think it's a legitimate question to ask you now. In 1.73, you say that hotels above the 5-star classification are generally referred to as luxury hotels, but the hotel proposed in this case is of the very highest quality and is regarded as truly world-class. So there you're saying that anything above 5-star is regarded as a luxury hotel. But then in 175, in the last sentence, you seem to suggest that other luxury hotels in Edinburgh would take up the slack in certain circumstances. That, I take it, doesn't fit with the definition in 173, because on that definition there aren't any luxury hotels in Edinburgh at the moment.
Yes, I fear you may get a better explanation from Mr. Kett when he gives evidence in the economic section. However, this was an education to me, understanding the different classifications in the hotel sector.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not being that familiar with them, but the lack of the classification going beyond 5-star takes you into this the definition of luxury hotels, and then those in the world-class category. So if there's a failing there, it's my understanding of the different definitions.
So you defer to Mr. Flett when he comes to give evidence?
I think in relation to the classification of the hotels and the position that the proposed Rosewood would have within the hotels hierarchy in Edinburgh, he's certainly better versed than I to explain that.
Thank you. Going back then to your recognition, if I may, and to your summary and conclusions in section 3, I'd like to ask you about the approach to the planning decision-making, and I'd like you to concentrate just on the planning decision rather than the listed building consent decision. Now, suppose that contrary to your advice and the opinions of all the various experts ranged in your client's team, the reporters and all the ministers came to the view that neither Scheme 1 nor Scheme 2 proposal accorded with the development plan. What would your advice to the planners and to the reporters and to the ministers be to do? What should they do next?
At the risk of repeating the question for you, so that was, just to clarify,
yes,
if either scheme was seen as not compliant with development plan policy,
yes,
well, there would be an obligation to consider whether there were other material considerations to justify a grant of permission.
And what other material considerations would you urge on them at that stage?
Well, I think I've mentioned that the finer detail of the proposals in relation to things like transport, etc., are all accepted. I think the key balancing would need to be done in relation to benefits, economic benefits, wider benefits, and the resultant impact it would have on the future of this listed building.
And just looking at paragraph 3.1.2 of your summary and conclusions, where you address, I think, the policy relating to the demolition of a listed building. There you say that the proposed demolition is fully justified as the demonstrable economic and wider community benefits would outweigh the impact on buildings of lesser merit. Are those the same wider economic and community benefits that you would urge the reporters and the ministers to consider after they might have found that the proposal was contrary to the development plan?
Well, I think the benefits remain at where you place them in the overall assessment. First of all, you would consider that in relation to the development plan tests, and then other matters such as the HESP test. But they are still there as positive aspects of the development, and I think would weigh in its favour.
And if the reporters and ministers similarly came to the view, contrary to that of your team, that there was an adverse effect on the character or setting of the conservation area, so that a strong presumption against granting permission arose, what would you advise them to do at that stage?
Well, my view would essentially be, I think, where we reached as a team, which is in the overall balance that needs to be taken. The imperative here is to find a beneficial use for this important listed building. And I think that and the benefits, not only economic, but in relation to public realm improvements, addressing antisocial behaviour, are all compelling reasons to grant permission.
We're still talking about the planning permission as opposed to the listed building?
Yes.
Yes. And would you give the ministers and the reporters the same advice if the test under Section 59 couldn't be met, that there was an adverse effect, say, on the setting of the Hamilton building? And a similar contrary presumption arose.
Well, I think the position is that the overall benefits here are significant, and yes, it should count in favour of a positive decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mappin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Mackay.
Leave those questions out. Any additional questions, sir?
Ms. Coburn, then.
I think I just have one, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mappin.
Good afternoon.
In your recognition at paragraph 3.4, you say that the building has not been beneficially occupied since its closure as a school in 1968. I take it you're not including the occupation by the Crown Office and the Serious Fraud Office between 1981 and 1994?
I'm not that familiar with the details of the different occupiers who've been on a short-term basis. I did refer to a number of short-terms or transient occupiers.
Is 13 years, in your view, short-term or transient?
Well, they're not there any longer. They were there on a short-term basis.
For 13 years is short-term?
Well, it didn't prove to be a long-term beneficial use, occupational use of the property.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you. Mr. Mappin, let's talk about hotels, and I'm assuming that we'll have to break before I finish. So, sirs, what sort of time do you anticipate us finishing here, if I don't come close to the end, as it were?
Well, we've said that we're continued to around 5 o'clock. I don't think we should go beyond that. So a convenient point sometime approaching that.
I will try and work that out as I go. So,
with apologies to Mr. McIntosh, I wonder if it would be possible to have a wee discussion about scheduling, because I'm conscious of limited availability of our witnesses next week, and it would help us considerably if we could have some form of idea, albeit vague, from Mr. Steele, bearing in mind where we've reached in the proceedings.
Happy to do that. Do you want? Before we close. We can do that before we close today, I think, rather than interrupt this flow and this witness. So perhaps if you could reach a point perhaps a little bit earlier than 5, so that gives us 5 or 10 minutes.
I will do that, sir. Now, Mr. Mappin, you will, I think, recollect that one of the aspects of the objection, particularly of the Newtown and Broughton Community Council, related to how the hotel was to be serviced. And I raised these questions with Mr. Gibb. And it seems that you are the person who can answer my questions.
I'll certainly do my best.
Thank you. So, in your precognition at 1.16, you explained other sites and buildings have been considered, but none met the specific requirements for a world-class luxury hotel and Rosewood's hotel specific requirements. And I suppose that leads a little bit of unpacking, because it's a two-stage process. The first was presumably well before Rosewood were picked, and then there was the process Mr. Gibb describes of going and seeing people and lots of different operators, and eventually Rosewood is found. So it's sort of divided in time. Is that right to understand it that way?
Yes, if I understand you correctly. the reference there, there's a specific piece of work that was done for both applications looking at other sites. And whether
I don't think I'm pulling that out. Sorry, I've misunderstood. So effectively, what I get the impression from that is that it's being said by you that the site is suitable for a luxury hotel, and it also meets the specific requirements of Rosewood. And all I'm observing is that it must have dawned on the that it dawned on them that it was suitable for Rosewood.
I can only. I wasn't part of the team at the time. They were out talking to the prospective hotel operators, but they were all in the luxury hotel market. So yes, I believe they would have reached that conclusion that it was suitable.
Right. So this observation about other operators who were talked to isn't something you can speak to, but you can speak to Rosewood. So let me talk about Rosewood. Now, I don't think we need to go to the drawings, because I think my whispers have already exposed this difference. Scheme 1 involves a lorry loading dock internally, which might be called a garage by some people, and non-articulated lorries can reverse into the loading dock, unload, and we were shown all that with Mr. Gibb, and I've got no particular reason to go back to that with you. Scheme 2, use is made of an existing door. Now, perhaps you could have CD226, CD236 together just now before we get started. Before we open those up, let's just get some facts clear so we can make a transition from Mr. Gibb to you. It is, of course, the case that Scheme 2 involves 127 rooms and Scheme 1 147 rooms. And it's the same percentage of suites between the two, according to Mr. Gibb. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I think Mr. Gibb clarified the percentage of suites, and I actually don't recall what his clarification was about.
My notes say it was 18, but the important thing is it's the same percentage. And that we've actually dropped to a hotel 86% of the size of the previous one, very approximately. And all I'm seeking to take from you is there's not actually a great reduction in, it's about 20% reduction or less than that in amount of servicing space. And we can see that if we were to compare the two drawings, the amount of storage areas is a little bit less for Scheme 2 to Scheme 1.
Yes.
So let's look at CD226. Now, again, Mr. Gibb was telling us that he'd never actually met the Rosewood specialists, but you have. So we enter, I see, through a dropped curb on where it says service entrance. If I read the drawings correctly, there's a dropped curb there on the pavement. And then we enter through the existing door into what is described as a service yard. And it's described as 37 metres square, which I think I put to Gibb is roughly the same size as the smallest room, hotel room, not the smallest room, in the hotel. Now, it's not actually a yard, is it? That's an internal room.
Yes, I think I would certainly understand when you use the term service yard, it would be where a vehicle manoeuvred in. This appears to be just a holding or manoeuvring area once you've taken the goods in from the loading bay, the pull-in area outside.
But actually, this space isn't actually fully covered. It's partially open and partially covered. So it's 37 square metres, and then we go through two sets of double doors, if we can ignore the security office and the toilet, into the refuse area and a corridor with various rooms off it. Now, what I wanted to ask you about was, Mr. Gibb mentioned that many hotels are serviced onto the street, and I think presumably you'd say that too. Many hotels are serviced directly onto the street. But this is a six-star hotel, which prides itself, I get the impression from what you're saying, in the services it provides.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
And so, to an extent, we're going to expect more servicing than for a four-star hotel.
I couldn't give you an answer to that. I don't know the relative amounts of servicing that's required.
you will have seen, I suspect, EW17 in the papers lodged by those instructing me, which is a letter from Apex Hotels to the Newtown and Broughton Community Council, dated the 4th of May this year.
You just bear with me a second. Yes, I've seen that.
Seen that. Now, I worked out, and I'll just give the figures for the moment, and then we can work out what they mean. I worked out that that was a total of 64 deliveries per week or thereabouts, and 15 waste collections. So nearly 80 in or out a week. Perhaps 10 vehicles a day. Now, do you have the equivalent figures for the expected use by this operator for this entrance?
I believe in the transportation assessment submitted with the application for Scheme 2, it suggested 30 per day.
30 per day. So that's 10 times more vehicle movements than the Apex Hotel in the Grassmarket, which, of course, has those of us who know the Grassmarket, has a drive-in vehicle yard at the back.
I'm not. I think that's my recollection of it. I don't know it intimately,
But the point I think I'm going to see if you get you to accept is that this is going to involve up to 30 vehicles pulling up outside, unloading whatever it is they're delivering, or collecting whatever it is they're collecting. Presumably, they will use trolleys or dollies or wheelie bins of various flavours, sizes, and colours. That's going to have a visual impact in this part of the conservation area, isn't it?
Yeah, it will introduce some new movements in an area that's characterised by significant vehicle movements at the moment.
Well, I agree that the road is clearly characterised as significant vehicle movements. If any of us we've all been there on and off, and site visit, we saw vehicles passing. You're conscious. Were you on the site visit, Mr. Mappin?
Not on the appeal site visit, no.
Well, perhaps we might. I might be able to just get you to accept this, but if you can't, I can find a photograph. My recollection is that the pavement to the east of this door, heading up towards the Regent Terrace, is actually has grass growing between the paving slabs. It doesn't look like a well-trafficked area. Is that something you recollect? Because I think we can see it from visualisation 35.
I'm happy to accept that, yes.
So if you have an area which is currently, whilst road traffically busy and has lots of those terribly large buses which we've heard about, it's now going to have movement on the pavement and over the pavement from these delivery vehicles. And they're going to be... Well, delivery vehicles aren't normally restrained in colour, are they?
I'm sure there are a variety of colours, yes.
Yes, but if we're thinking about an urban hotel inside the urban area, perhaps in a shopping street or behind a shopping street in a mews area, you would expect to see delivery lorries and waste collection lorries, food waste, glass, that sort of stuff coming in now. But perhaps not in a residential street, which is what the pavement of this area is, even though the road is relatively busy.
Well, the pavement area may not be functionally heavily used at the moment, but the passing traffic, including I think there's about 6 bus routes, is significant. So it's against that backdrop that these additional vehicles would be seen.
Perhaps we could look at CD 258, which is a landscape drawing which shows public realm layout, and that's why I'm taking you to it. So if we look in this drawing, which is yours coloured, I don't want to get into the same problem before.
It has colour on it, yes.
The colour here is brown and grey. Hopefully we're all in the right place. If you look at the East Pavilion and where the entrance door is, which I think is numbered 16 on the plan, you'll see there's 2 different treatments for the surface and the road, and the row of bollards that block current access to Regent Terrace are there. Do you see at 26 there's a position for a service vehicle to park?
Yes.
And so it's been put to me that the chances of there being more than one service vehicle there at any one time, and that area being full of the trolleys and wheelie bins and things of the various servicing companies, is going to be scattered across that area, and there will be visual intrusion, if not noise, into the area in and around that entrance, almost inevitably.
Well, I think if you're bringing a long empty building back into use, you're going to notice there's going to be activity involved in that reuse. Certainly from my inspection of the servicing at Rosewood in London, which is off a narrow back lane to the hotel, it is meticulously managed by the hotel operator to minimise disturbance on its neighbours.
Okay, so your position is, firstly, this is necessary for the hotel use, and so if there are other uses, that will be a factor which the decision maker could consider. And the other is that you say Rosewood are particularly good at keeping their back lane clear.
Well, that's one way of putting it, but that's to me that's part of their overall ethos. So the highest standards of service, certainly that I've ever encountered in a hotel, and that's applied to how they relate to their immediate and wider community.
Yes, but you're not Rosewood. You just visited them a few times and had some meetings and been and inspected their site and presumably had a tour.
I had a specific tour based on matters that I wanted to observe and be informed of.
That helped me with a few other things then. If we go back to CD 226, the a main floor for the basement level, we see various rooms. Now, stop me if I go too far, effectively. Are you clear in your own mind that there is adequate storage for refuse in that refuse storage area?
I can't give you an informed answer to that. All I can advise you of is that these plans have been approved by Rosewood.
Thank you. Now, what I want to do then is just touch on, I think it's going to end up being part of submissions, but you might be able to help me. I think I'm going to put it to you. It's about whether conditions of how you manage things like wheelie bins and trolleys can be enforced. So would you agree with me or disagree with me if I assert that if there were planning conditions to have nothing on the street at all, for no trolleys left out, no wheelie bins left out, that's practically an unenforceable condition, or would you take a different view?
Matters such as servicing and the waste management strategy are fairly regular aspects of planning conditions, and I would think precisely to address matters such as those you've highlighted. So I would have thought that was entirely possible and appropriate for a planning condition.
And if other people had different views about the City of Edinburgh Council's ability to enforce wheelie bins on the street, well, they're going to give their evidence about that. Let's move on to the door. Now, this is the door into the service yard, and this door, we're told by Mr. Wright, is the last original door, and it's the last original ball hinge. I mean, that's how much research he's done, and it's an important piece of history. How long do you think that door is going to last with 30 vehicle movements loading however much they load through and out that door? Have you given any thought to that question?
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Mack, are we still on 226 scheme?
Yes, we're on the little access door, the one that yes. We all were discussing in Professor Taverner's kinetic movement. Okay.
I'm not sure what you mean by how long will it last. It's been there a long time. Again, all I can say is that my observations are that Rosewood manage their hotels to the very high standards. I think they'd be highly aware that this is part of the external fabric of this important building, and I imagine the regime involved in relation to looking after it would be studiously monitored. And I appreciate they may well involve third-party providers, but I would have thought that would extend to how they're expected to manage the movements in and out of the door.
Thank you. You've helpfully explained what you imagine and hope. Let's turn to public access. You dealt with that in your inquiry report at 1.65. Now, in your extensive discussions with Rosewood, have you found out where they will presumably put security doors to prevent non-guests accessing the residential wings in each of the schemes?
I haven't had that type of discussion with Rosewood.
So you can't tell us how far out, as it were, of the Hamilton building or even into the Hamilton building guests will be able to go? The non-guests, people who are non-residential.
I think with reference to the plans that were appended to the arts and culture strategy, that highlighted the areas that would be publicly accessible.
Let's look at one of those plans. I'll just make sure I've got the right one on my screen. So that would be CD-228, which is the upper ground floor for Scheme 2. 228.
Thank you, I have that.
You'll recollect that Mr. Steele was reading to you from part of CD344 and CD343 about Rosewood's plans, and there was a mention of the use of the octagon spaces for performances. Now, I take it that's the rooms currently marked in here as fine dining and all-day dining lounge, which Rosewood is saying they will use for performances.
Well, I think, I believe, yes, those are the rooms, and yeah, they could be made available for some performances.
Absolutely, I'm sure they could be. The one thing I wanted to understand was, presumably they will all be fitted with the most sumptuous tables and chairs, as illustrated in the glossy document that we've been shown this afternoon from Rosewood. So, where are they going to get put when these are turned into performance spaces?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming they're movable. They're not nailed to the floor, so they would be moved out of the room somewhere.
I appreciate that, but I don't know. I'd like to know where, and it seems important, if this is going to be turned into a performance space, that some thought be given to where the performance, the stuff not needed, will be moved to. But I appreciate you can't answer. So let's move on to the... well, before I leave the topic of Rosewood, I think this actually might be quite a good point to break, sirs. I have another topic to move on to about Rosewood, and it might take about 20 minutes. So would now be the time to break, or do you want to go on a bit further?
Yep. I agree that's okay. Thank you. So we'll now just briefly look forward to the programme in coming days, or weeks to the left. Mr. Steele, your case will be, sorry, don't mean to rush you. Your case will be finished fairly shortly.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning.
As always, sir, difficult to guesstimate, but I'm assuming that our case will finish sometime tomorrow morning. And firstly, it would be helpful for the order of the Council's witnesses, but I assume it's Mr. Leslie, Mr. Waldron, Miss Waldron, Mr. Meakin and Carla Parks.
That is correct.
Thank you. 4 witnesses, sir. Difficult to know, but I cannot see on average there will be less than half a day each between evidence in chief and cross-examination, and doubtless some re-examination. Therefore, I would anticipate more than 2 days in total for those 4 witnesses. Precisely how much, I don't know. Depends how many quick yes answers I get, of course, or lengthy explanations.
Thank you. Can you go beyond that?
I can go beyond that, sir. I think my friend Mr Mackay may have something to say to you about start date for Historic Scotland, but again, continuing with Historic Scotland, I cannot imagine that on average the three witnesses would take on average less than half a day each, so that's going to be a day and a half, subject to what I've said earlier, possibly a couple of days. That's the sort of order. I anticipate things will speed up very considerably after that. Although, of course, there will be some questions from Mr Narrow and Mr Welsh and Mr Liddle from the Trust in due course. But I would think things will speed up considerably. But overall, sir, I would anticipate very broadly the Council finishing this week, Historic Scotland, say a couple of days of next week, several more witnesses thereafter, and I would anticipate spilling into a day or two, or at worst 3 days of the following week, which I think is the economic week, pushing the economic evidence back by possibly a couple of days. And we will probably go into the following week, I guess, which I think, if I'm right, is week 6.
Yes.
But I am confident at the moment, unless something extraordinary happens, that we will finish comfortably before the end of week 6, perhaps occupying a day or two, or at worst 3 days of week 6.
Thank you for that. Mr Thompson, I will come to you, Mr Mackay, in just a minute. Mr Thompson, does that fit in with what you imagine and with your witnesses and so on?
Yes, sir, very much.
Okay. Mr Mackay.
Yes, thank you, sir. The Historic Environment Scotland team have been trying to anticipate when our case might open, and it would be helpful to have confirmation. Week 4 of the inquiry happens to coincide with the beginning of the school holidays locally, which has implications for 2 of our witnesses. It won't affect their ability to give evidence. It's more a question of the order in which they give evidence. If it's confirmed that HES will not be starting until Monday, that would be useful to know, sir.
That looks likely, given what we've just been told. I suppose 2 days for the council would leave us with the possibility of starting on Friday this week.
I have to say, from where I'm sitting, that is less than certain, and
yes,
probably less than likely. Mr Mackay has already spoken to me, and I know that 2 of his witnesses have got issues with holiday commitments, and I was happy to say to him I thought it likely that on a reasonable time frame it would be next week. What I think would be undesirable is to start one of those witnesses on Friday and have them continue till into their holidays the following week. So that would seem to be undesirable. So it's a matter for them, but I'm not sure that's realistic anyway.
Okay, so we could sensibly assume, and if you want those at a commitment, that HES will not start until the Monday. And does that work with your witnesses?
It allows us to have a discussion about the order in which the witnesses will give their evidence. I expect it will still be Mr Robb first, but it may be Dr Middleton. That's the one area I'm not completely clear on, but I'll confirm that later in the week, sir.
Yeah, you can.
That would certainly be very helpful for me to know for preparation for cross-examination, which order the witnesses are being taken in.
Would that be okay if you didn't know till Friday? Just so I've got a picture of that.
Well, to be honest, the sooner the better, but I appreciate it's maybe not as simple as that.
As soon as you can then, Mr Mackay. Ms Coburn, any impact on you or your witnesses or your advisers?
Well, as you know, sir, Mr Drummond is not available as of 5 o'clock on Thursday, a week on Thursday, the 11th.
A week on Thursday?
Yeah.
So that's still looking...
So that's still looking positive. Also, Mr Lowry is available on the Wednesday. Mornings are more difficult for Mr Lowry, but he is free all day on Wednesday. The afternoons after 2 he could probably manage.
Well, all we can do there, I think, is just monitor it as we go along. It looks as if that will fit nicely, but let's keep an eye on that. And
so can I just say that if the Historic Scotland, because this is largely in my department now, if Historic Scotland start on Monday, which is the 8th, I think, at, say, 10 o'clock, I would have thought it extremely likely that they would conclude by 4 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, thereby enabling a fixed slot to be given to Ms Coburn, Oblique Mr Lowry, Mr Drummond for Wednesday, and I would have thought one day would comfortably do for both of them.
Oh, it's looking good. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you. Mr McIntosh, how does that all fit for you?
It's looking quite good, actually. Of my 4 witnesses, the only one with an absolute killer timetable control is that Dr. Carter-McGee is not available on the Friday the 12th. But since she was going to be the first witness I called, unless I changed my mind, I suppose, then she could probably be started on the morning of the 11th, and then everyone else just slots in neatly behind. I'm just looking around for anxious faces. No anxious faces. But so at the moment, it does seem to be working quite well, but I'll worry about it more towards the end of this week. The only other difficulties for this economic session,
yes.
Dr. Batas has assured me that he is available on both the 18th and the 19th, and because he's travelling out from London, I was wondering whether, I must suggest that I may be in the Mr. Steele and Mr. Innes and I have a conversation about whether he could be called out of sequence in the economic session, because he has teaching commitments in the early part of that week, and I think we'll be on to him by the 18th, but maybe we should have a discussion about the timing of that, because his evidence is in a different topic, in a sense, from most of the other witnesses in session 2, and I don't imagine there's a great problem, but I'll have a discussion with people before the end of tomorrow.
Indeed, have that conversation outside of this forum and let us know where you've got to. Mr. Steele, I take it that you don't envisage being longer than the day with Dr. Carter-McGee?
Absolutely not, sir. No, much shorter than that altogether. I'm just looking at the timetable, and I haven't discussed this with Mr. Innes, but equally I wonder if it would be appropriate to give him a fixed slot for Monday the 15th. I would have thought his witnesses are going to take more than a day, but less than 2 days, and that might give him some certainty, and certainly us some certainty, as to what witnesses we have back. And that would also perhaps assist others.
Let's ask Mr. Innes now what his view is on that.
Helpful in the sense of, I think it is that I have checked one availability. If you just give me 1 second, I should be able to confirm another. But the one caveat I have to the whole timetable is the economic case can't really work into the following week as I identified, because my witness is away.
For week 6? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not clear to me how long that session is going to last.
The 15th would be good from 2 of my witnesses. I've got availability definitely for that, and I think probably all 3. So that looks to be a good slot. And I think the problem is if we use up too much time of that week and not get onto the economic case and complete it, that's where the difficulty arises, because Dr. Gavin Conlon would not be available the following week.
I'm happy to have him interposed if there's a real problem before or during our witnesses later that week, if that's the only availability there is. I do think fixed slots, sir, would be advantageous to everybody.
We're quite happy to work with that if we can do it, but let's keep an eye on that, and maybe later in the week we'll be a little bit clearer as to how that goes. Any other comments, Mr. Innes?
Just to say that it would probably be my intention not to be present during the evidence led by the other parties, and I would be coming back to present my case and participate in the economic session again, but you'll appreciate, in terms of parties who I act for, that I can obviously be kept appraised of matters, but that would be my intention. And therefore, whilst I'll keep up to date with matters, I wouldn't necessarily be here for the whole duration.
We won't take that personally. Ms. Nimmo, any availability concerns for yourself?
No, and I don't believe so for Mrs. MacDonald either.
Okay.
There's also one further individual witness, a Mr. Harrison. You don't happen to be in touch with him, do you?
No, I don't know who he is, but I think he put in his evidence.
He has, yeah. We'll need to get in touch with him through the office. I was just checking that he wasn't in touch in any other way.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think that's probably all we can do today.
Sorry, just looking forward, because I need to let witness know for the economic session, would it be fair to say it looks likely that the economic session might start on the 17th or 18th of October, probably carrying over to a day or two of the following week? That's the way I'm reading it at the moment, unless you wanted to fix it, say for one witness, unless you wanted to fix that for the week beginning the 22nd, to be certain, but I suspect there'll be a day or two slack.
No, I think we're probably better. It looks like we'll be able to get started on the 17th. It's the middle of that 5th week, and it may be that we'll get through quite a lot in what's left of that week, leaving left for the 22nd. I think that's probably the best way to approach it.
Sir, just looking at my notes, I have a chapter of evidence I could deal with Mr. Mappin in 10-15 minutes if that would assist in use of time, but I'm happy to not do so.
No, I think we're fine for the afternoon. It's just occurring to me, and I'm recalling that at the very start of the inquiry we talked about the prospect of working up an indicative timetable. We've talked about quite a lot of timings and potentially fixed timings just now. I wonder whether the parties would be able to get together overnight and come up with some sort of draft timetable, just so that we're all clear what we're aiming to achieve, and we can review that in the morning.
I think that's a good idea, sir. Yes.
Yes, I think the three of you said you're going to have a little conversation this evening, and maybe what you agree between you for somebody just to write down the dates on the little table and the witnesses. That would be helpful, if it can be done. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Steele?
I don't think so, sir. I'm looking around, but no, I don't think so. No.
Anybody else? Right, we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.